and engaged the politicians, engaged civil society, engaged the public, and these views were presented to government. Then, through advocacy, the speaker started demanding for electoral reforms. Government, bring the electoral reforms. At that time, I was covering parliament. So I remember Kadaga, the Right Honorable Speaker then, really getting angry at government and telling the then State Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Kahindo Tafire, to actually bring electoral reforms. There were threats that a private member would move actually a bill. But this was a very critical issue that they invited they invited Kahindo Tafire to present, a bill. So they took their time, and about 8 months to elections, Kahindo Tafire came with a bill. And what I remember is the change of the name to Independent Electoral Commission. But the cause of that bill did not really address the core issues that were raised, especially in the recommendations of the Supreme Court that had been suggested. I was talking to a friend this morning and challenging them that why wouldn't the state actually incorporate the recommendations of the Supreme Court? Because they were really serious recommendations. I remember Makerere University, the School of Law, applied as amicus curiae, friends of court, and they also gave their views. But this is what he told me. He said this: the Supreme Court recommendations were just advisory. Wow. I looked at him, I'm like, are you really serious? Are you kidding me? He said the Supreme Court recommendations were advisory. It wasn't a judgment. They were, we recommend. So, he said, the state decided to look away from the recommendations. Which is why if you took a critical look at the electoral reforms that were presented at that time, they lacked the gist of what was supposed to be to support our future democratic processes through elections. So, the political landscape is beginning to take shape ahead of the next elections, 2026. The MPs are starting to go back to their constituency. It may look like very early, but certainly the spaces are beginning to shape. Civil society too has a role in starting a conversation around our political and electoral reforms. But did civil society actually achieve their targets and objectives when they started this campaign? Years back, they have tried, and yet they have hit a snag. So what were those weak points? Why weren't we able to actually get these electoral reforms? Do we need a change in approach in actually reshaping our conversation? Today we're going to be discussing that. Political and electoral reforms under our own responsibility. I'm sure all of us have a program right in front of us. I just wanted to take you through a little bit and then we can get this started. We'll have opening remarks, welcoming remarks from Irene Kaga, who is the board chairperson of PPI. Then we'll have John Siliko, who is the head of programs at the National Democratic Institute, who will also give opening remarks. Then we will have as well official opening that will be done by the Honorable Brandon Chintu. And then we'll get into a presentation that has been worked on civil society influence on political and legal electoral reforms in Uganda. It will be presented by Associate Director of PPI, and that's Emmanuel Chitamirike. After that, we'll have a panel discussion, and then we'll have a debate, a plenary, that will then usher us into our lunch break. So I'm super excited to be hosting you this morning. Without any further ado, allow me to invite Madam Irene Kaga, Board Chair for PPI. Ma'am, you're welcome. Let's give her some love as she comes.
First, please allow me to make a correction. I'm not the board chair. I'm only standing in for the board chair. Please accept my apologies. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. On behalf of the Public Policy Institute Uganda, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this dialogue on the state of democratic governance in Uganda. Our primary objective for this conversation is around CSO influence on political and electoral law reforms in Uganda. In 2018, Emmanuel, am I correct? PPI was drawn to conduct a study to establish a number of things. Our primary interest in the study was informed by the fact that so far the outcomes we have seen are not commensurate to efforts, resources, and time put into political and electoral reforms. This morning, PPI is pleased to present the findings of this study, which, however, goes beyond the analysis and looks at what strategies can be adopted by CSOs for successful political and electoral reforms, and looks at what strategies can be successfully adopted by CSOs for political and electoral reforms. In addition, we will hear from the political and some more on the political and electoral reforms that were have been emerging ahead of 2026. Please allow me at this moment to thank our partners, the National Endowment for Democracy, for the support extended to PPI over the years, and especially in the study. Allow me also to acknowledge the support of the National Democratic Institute that is co-founding this event. We thank you very much for your support, and we hope that we can continue to work together to execute the recommendations of this report. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome you all to this meeting. Thank you.
Irene Kaga, thank you very much for those remarks. Can I now invite John Siliko from the National Democratic Institute to come just give us the opening remarks? May I have the honor also of welcoming Dr. Julius Kiza from Makerere University. Dr. Julius, very welcome.
Good morning, members and invited guests. All protocols observed. As introduced, my name is John Silko. I'm the civics expert at the National Democratic Institute. I'm here to represent my country director, who's unable to be here because of other engagements. As mentioned by our presenter, National Democratic Institute is an international NGO that has been working in Uganda since 2004. Our focus is supporting NGOs, supporting the civil society, and supporting sometimes government to ensure that democratic values are enriched and that they are really, in reality, practiced. A simple statement we normally say is that we work for democracy and we make sure that democracy works. So that's really where we are focused. We also envision a world where democracy and freedom prevail with dignity for all. And we work in partnership with all other actors around democracy to strengthen and safeguard the democratic institutions and processes, but also to look at values and norms that secure the quality of life. Within DI, we don't have a small kind of vision of democracy. Our vision of democracy is really very wide. And we believe that there is no single democratic model that works, but that certain core values must be respected by all democracies. And when I mean all democracies, it is as that, all democracies. And some of the values I will outline here, like for instance, the rule of law, like accountability, the independence, for example, of our judicial systems. When you look at also how our citizens really participating, but participating in a manner that they are really free, they are not coerced, and that their decisions can be respected. But also, we look at also how, for example, the legislative structures of government can really listen to issues from the citizen and how they can be pro-people. So we also look at that as part of our strength. But also, we try to ensure that democracy deepens all the aspects that the nation aspires to. Almost every country has its own objectives, and if you look in our constitution, we have our objectives. And if you reflected on that, you'll find that these objectives go broad. Of course, people have limited issues to human rights and empowerment, but they go broad. And that's part of the elements that we support. So I would say that I'm very happy that we are here and we are partnering with PPI for this function. Well, it has been a long story, as someone has mentioned. NDI has been supporting election observation through several countries all over the world. We work in around 156 countries, and we have supported over 285,000 CSOs in those countries. And most of our focus has also been on election observation, but also supporting social accountability and good governance. Now, there's several recommendations that have come out through those. And in Uganda, during the last election, we supported some few organizations looking at how the situation was. And also there are some recommendations that came out. We even carried out a research around electoral violence. And also there were recommendations that came out. So all these recommendations for reform, we have been trying to analyze them, seeing which one can work and which one cannot work. So that's how we partnered with PPI to ensure that we move forward this aspect. That really we look at what reforms should we present, what reforms do we think can work or can be adopted, and what reform do you think the Ugandans are yearning to. I know that everyone has their own interest of reform. You cannot capture all the interest, but we hope that we can have electoral reforms and legal reforms that represent the aspirations of the Ugandans. With these few words, members, I beg to close, and I say thank you for coming for these functions. Thank you.
John Siliko, thank you very much. We want to welcome our distinguished members of parliament in this place, Honorable Rachel Magola, woman member of parliament for Bugweri district. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Honorable Sarah Pendi, woman member of parliament for Toro district. Thank you very much for coming as well. So I'm really happy to have all of you. I'll be mentioning your names as we continue. I also want to say that if you've not grabbed a bottle of water or a glass of juice or tea, you could please go to the serving section. There is tea and a bite as we continue, so we'll not have a tea section. We'll just go marathon until lunch, but whenever you feel comfortable, you can get to the tea section and get a cup of tea. May I now invite Honorable Brandon Chintu, spokesperson for the NRM Parliamentary Caucus, to come and give his opening remarks on opportunities for civil society to engage with and support Parliament's democratic governance law reform efforts. Honorable, you're very welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Good morning, our distinguished guests. I'm glad this morning we have my colleagues from Parliament, the honorary members of Parliament. You're most welcome. I'm very grateful to PPI for really inviting us to come and say something and also participate. As the culture is being, I am Brandon Alex Kintu. I'm a member of Parliament from Kagoma North constituency in Jinja along Kamli Road. I am also the spokesperson of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus. I am also from the Office of the Government Chief Whip. You're all aware that currently we don't have a government whip, but the office is fully functional because we are still there as government whips, the four of us of the caucus executive. So I bring you greetings, and we are very glad to be part of this dialogue this morning. When I saw the program, it was very interesting, actually. When you look, what are the opportunities? We have actual living examples in this house. As politicians, as members of Parliament, when we are out there during the election time, we bring out good stories. We do lots of promises. We competently defend and give all nice stories on how to protect the Constitution and how to bring good policies. It was one of the most admiring factor that I had to leave the diaspora to come and contest as a young member of Parliament. I thought I would bring something good on the level of policy making for this country. And every day when I go home, my eldest son asks me, how far have you reached? Papa, it's now 1 year since you were a member of Parliament. But which opportunities do we have? As I look around, we have here very serious, competent senior members of Parliament that have been here. They have engaged in so many activities. Like here, we have Honorable Saro Pendi, and she is the chairman of WOPA in Parliament. As civil society organization, how have we approached, how have we really tried to have that relationship with WOPA to make sure we have a very nice legislative agenda in Parliament? We do appreciate as civil society that many times we have conferences, we have workshops, we do so many trainings in administrative, but how further can we tap this beyond only sitting in hotels and district councils? Can we help Parliament? Can we engage? Can we have this friendly discussion that we can have a serious legislative agenda? You can also help us to improve our quality of debate. I remember the late speaker always told us, if you don't have information, you have no right to open your mouth. But we need to work with you. I've worked with civil society organization. I'm lucky to see Patrick Kaimba here. He enrolled me when I wanted to be a member of Parliament, and we worked in civil society for many years. But how can you help us? The opportunities are there. Kindly engage us through our different forums. As Parliament, we have so many forums as well. We organize engagements. We sit and talk. But how can we, my colleagues, we have yes, former members of Parliament also who are still actively working. We have good committees, like I see the vice chair of my strong committee, Honorable Mutembuli. How do we engage? How can you help us? If it's in rules or legal committee, we are talking about constitutional reforms. How can we help? Because this is our country. This is Uganda that we ought to live nicely in active participation. So I call upon civil society. As we have all these nice deliberations, let us move a step ahead. Like I told you, the forums are very open. They are under leaderships. And then when we also, I call upon my colleagues, if we have different, we can express this in different talents. Honorable Rachel Magola now from the stage to the National Assembly. How do we tap Honorable Rachel Magola? Yeah, as we do, I have been reading this morning that we have a convention in London and they are yet to perform there as a frigo. But how can we go beyond that? That we can really have such serious engagements and we put it on paper. I'll not talk so much because we have serious discussions that we need to engage in. But I needed to give you that opening remark. As the Office of Government Chief Whip, we are in charge of 300-something members of Parliament from the NRM. If we have something serious to push, the Honorable Pendi knows, we can mobilize. But we would like to mobilize on the issues of nationalism, on the issues that help Uganda to move. Not only mobilize on issues that will make the country cry. So we are open as the Office of the Government Chief Whip to engage with you, civil society organization, to make sure that we move serious reforms from theory to practical. With all those many words, I take the opportunity to open this dialogue, and I wish you very nice deliberation. Thank you.
Honorable Brandon Chintu, I can't wait to have you on a panel to really challenge you on some of the things that you've been talking about, on how you really, the NRM can mobilize on some of those issues and see them come to light. Largely because before anything comes up in Parliament, you have to caucus and go to Entebbe and meet the big man. And whatever comes out of caucus, I don't know if it's really the reflection of your constituency or the decisions that you have taken as a caucus. But we will engage in a panel, but I'm really excited to have you. Let's give him some love. The Honorable Brandon Chintu, spokesperson of the National Resistance Movement Party Parliamentary Caucus. Well, I'll tell you something. Civil society organizations into the political and good governance space are interesting to watch. And as a journalist, I have covered so many of their events, but this is what stood out. Civil society organizations at one point joined in mobilizing the opposition. I don't know if it's perceived, but we know the formation of TDA, who was behind it. We saw how civil society came together to mobilize the opposition, to organize them better. And so, the big man looked at civil society as, are you really non-partisan here? When I am seeing you putting different opposition forces together against me? 2015 is the year I'm talking about. Fast forward, that has had its consequences on civil society organizations that are into the democratic space. So how do we, as civil society, progressively push for electoral reforms, but with independent mind and not being seen? I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Emmanuel Chitamirike, Associate Director, Public Policy Institute, to present a detailed paper on examining and giving a critical analysis of civil society influence on political and legal electoral reforms in Uganda. Mr. Chitamirike, sir, you're very welcome. May I also call your attention to the presentation here? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. My name is Emmanuel Chitamirike. As introduced, I work with the Public Policy Institute as its Associate Director. John was talking about several efforts they have supported, trying to collect the views of citizens and other actors on what kind of political and electoral reforms this country should be looking at. He though didn't tell us whether they also delved into the context within which we are working as civil society actors. And if he didn't do, we now have an opportunity to appreciate what kind of context, political, social, economic, are we operating in as civil society actors. And you will not be able to appreciate or even make significant efforts in your reform endeavors if you don't appreciate the operating context within which we are working. And talking about context, we all know that birthdays have been happening in this country. And I happen to have been near one of them in Entebbe, I think the other weekend. And while I was there, so many things came to my mind. I was there as a researcher, for your information. So a lot of things came to my mind. But one of them was, I kept looking at how political power is constructed, and how some of us are looking at those things and not paying a lot of attention. Why I was thinking so is because when I reached around there, I started looking at the kind of people who are entering this space, all kinds of people. And how I looked at these people is the best way to understand these categories of people is by looking at the cars parked. There were all kinds of cars parked. The most expensive ones, government number plates, state institutions, parastatals. So I kept thinking where this all was going, but that speaks to the kind of context that we are working in. Because what I'm going to present is a political economy analysis, really that looks at those underlying factors that normally we don't see on the face value when we talk about what's happening around us. So I have the opportunity to make this presentation. It's a bit, I don't like to make this presentation because as someone who has been in civil society, there are very harsh realities that I'm going to talk about. And somehow speaks to me as well, because I've been part of these efforts. But again, we are not going to make significant effort for us who are interested in political and electoral reforms in this country if we don't appreciate the reality, the context within which we are working. So I know we have had these conversations with many of my colleagues in the civil society fraternity, and some have said, no, the tone is too harsh, maybe that you should not talk about, maybe this one you should remove, but that's the reality. And unfortunately, I am a researcher and professor here who taught me I have to present valid and reliable information, even when I feel like it's against me. Next. So the objectives are three. One is that we analyze the context and factors affecting civil society influence on political and electoral reform. And the reason was, we feel that civil society and other actors have invested a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money in trying to influence political and electoral reforms. Unfortunately, the outcome has not been commensurate. And therefore, as PPI, we went out to ask ourselves, why? And that's what we'll be presenting. The second one is appreciating the context. Now, what kind of strategies can civil society and other actors interested in reforming adopt? And lastly, are there some opportunities? Are there some emerging, political electoral reform proposals that we need to look at as we get into 2026? Next. So again, these things I was taught by Professor Kiza, so I will not take a lot of time in it. But we developed something called the conceptual framework, really something to help us do the analysis and understand what is happening. Next. In the conceptual framework, we looked at three things. We looked at the civil society operating space, and in there, we analyzed the overall environment within which civil society organizations are seeking to impact on political and legal reform operate. I talked about that. What kind of environment are we operating in? Our concept also looked at the tools, the CSO tools and capacity. Do actually civil society organizations really have the capacity to engage in this business, or they don't have? And then three, we looked at the reform process and actors, and we started by asking ourselves, is there really a reform process going on or not? Okay, so that is the conceptual framework. Next. So, what did we find out? One, the first one we looked at is what kind of legal environment are we working in as civil society actors? And the first appreciation is that when you look at the 1995 Constitution, it states that the state shall take all necessary actions to involve the people in the formulation and implementation of development programs. And therefore, there are a lot of laws or chapter or clauses within the Constitution that actually allow, obligate, give the space to civil society actors to operate. I just named a few ones of them, including Article 38(1)(t) that gives citizens the right to participate in government affairs, Article 29(1)(a) that speaks about the freedom of speech and expression, Article 29(1)(d) that talks about the freedom to assemble and to demonstrate, Article 291(e) that talks about the freedom of association, which includes the freedom to form and join associations. These are guarantees, constitutional guarantees for NGOs, for civil society, really to do what they are supposed to be doing. And however, we also know that there is some ambivalence regarding the implementation of some laws. Specific reference was made to 3 laws: the Anti-Money Laundering Act, the Public Order Management Act, and recently the NGO Act, as having clauses that are actually kind of restricting, impeding, constraining the work that civil society organizations do. But we also note some recent developments in relation to the legal framework. One of them is, in August 2021, the National Bureau for NGOs suspended or altered the operations of 54 organizations. Over 100 NGOs working in the humanitarian programming were closed by the OPM. But we have also seen increasing self-censorship, which undermines NGO capacity to continue to engage. We therefore conclude that Ugandan society presents a high degree of institutional duality, where informal rules operate hand in hand with formal legislation. This means that, yes, we have the law, and there are provisions that allow us to do what we do, but also in those provisions, there are some clauses that, kind of impede the work of civil society organizations. But again, we have also noted cases where state operatives or state agencies will kind of restrain the work that you do, sometimes without necessarily in a legal, backing. And I always give an example of some years ago when we were arrested as civil society activists. And when we were in the police cell, the CID officer comes to the head of the police and says, "Excuse me, sir, under which clause should we charge them?" And the head of the police was like, find something in the penal code, So the meaning was that if we were arrested without necessarily the state agency taking due, what is it called? I mean, by the time you come to arrest me, I think you should be knowing under which charge or whatever it is that you should. Next. Now, we also looked at the political context, and this is where the harsh reality is as far as the work that we do is concerned. Uganda's political context is characterized by what we can term as a dominant party, dominant leader political settlement. Dominant party, dominant leader political settlement. The ruling NRM enjoys what we call unrivaled control of the legislature. You heard Brandon here. He said he has over 200 MPs, 300 MPs. It's giving you the reality. Unrivaled control of the legislature. The NRM, the NRM furthermore enjoys control over most local councils. We agree, local governments, majority of the country. Moreover, the NRM party functionaries or sympathizers are deeply anchored in the state agencies. You have heard about cadres being deployed. You get it? In state agencies. So in effect, the NRM has the numbers needed to pass any legislation. The question is, as civil society organizations, have we worked with the national resistance movement as a partner in a political or electoral reform agenda, or actually we have targeted the NRM in what we are proposing? You get it? we thus conclude that the legal route to political or electoral reform in Uganda is less likely to succeed without the buy-in of the NRM as an institution. Those are the harsh realities that we have to contend with, unfortunately. Next. We talked about dominant party, dominant leader. President Museveni, as founding and still reigning chair of the NRM, remains the ultimate power holder in the party and in the country. Another harsh reality. The Ugandan constitution gives the president powers to make appointments to influential positions. The civil service in this country is literally appointed by the president. Literally, all of it. You get it? He even appoints the accounting officer in parliament and the accounting officer in the judiciary. Very powerful, and the constitution gives him the powers. The prerogatives of the president give him considerable control over the decision logic of government officials, who are in effect the decision makers at the national and local government levels. And by the way, there's something interesting that we found out if you read the detailed paper. It is not that the president directs most of the things that happen in the state agencies, but you see the officials that are appointed in these agencies are struggling to find is the president, what is the thinking of the president as far as this is concerned. Even when he has not directed them, they are struggling because they want to align whatever they are going to do to the thinking of the president. So these kind of people, we are calling the bureaucrats, are likely to use their official powers to block actions of critical NGOs rather than facilitate events if they perceive what you're proposing to be not in the interest of the president. Thus, any mapping of power holders and influencers of policy in Uganda holds to consider the NRM and President Museveni as the stakeholders with the highest level of influence. So, the reason we are talking about this is, if we look back to the initiatives that we have undertaken as civil society, have they considered the NRM and the president as allies or partners or as targets? The reforms that we have proposed. Because you see, if I am the president and you're proposing reform X, and I think that it's going to hit me, definitely I'm not going to buy into. Any one of us here, if you were president and someone is proposing a law that you think in one way or the other is going to challenge the status quo, there is likelihood that you're not going to support it. But remember, we have a dominant party. They have the numbers in parliament to pass any legislation. So it becomes very difficult. But then there are some people who said that what about if we, civil society approach, by the way, I didn't tell you about, was let's build the demand side of the demand side for reforms. So let's go out, engage citizens, across the country, then citizens can demand that we reform, and then the government will respond. But they also, the other thing, some of the respondents in this study were talking about is, how about if we engage influential civil society actors, e.g., the church, the cultural institutions, so that they can amplify our message. Now, what we have found out again is that besides the formal mandate, President Museveni applies his charisma to dominate informal power. You get it? The churches, the cultural institutions, the business associations, and ABCD. Within the NRM party, the president maintains an influence on who gets all the NRM flag. We've looked at that. He enjoys the allegiance of influential associations such as the veterans, the women, the youth. You see, when you look at him, that's why we conclude here. He is the omega and alpha of both formal and informal power in this country. Unfortunately, you get it. Yet, most civil society initiatives of political change have repeatedly framed Museveni or his closest allies as the target, as the target, rather than a partner. These are the harsh realities. Next. Again, some respondents said, but how about if we look at the opposition, political opposition in this country, as an ally to push through these reforms? From our assessment, the political opposition in Uganda remains weak and fragmented. They are financially constrained, but there's also a lot of internal bickering in political parties, a lot of it, to the extent that it is difficult for the opposition to unite on any issue. But even then, even if they united, the entire opposition in parliament is 109 members of parliament out of 529. So what can they realistically do? Okay? Therefore, opposition parties as challengers to the NRM's established power remain literally absent, and relying on them to push through political and electoral reforms remains a far-fetched reality. Those are the realities. So, we again look at the reform process and actors, and the first question we asked ourselves is there an ongoing political and electoral reform process in Uganda? Some people will say yes, others will say no. But whatever it is, what we realized was that the NRM on one hand is keen to maintain the status quo, while political opposition is desirous of dislodging the NRM from power. Where does civil society fall? CSOs are expected to be non-partisan. We all know that. However, there was a general perception from respondents that the actions of CSOs tend to lean towards the opposition agenda. If you go and critically look at them. And Solomon here gave a good example of 2015. We've been saying as civil society organizations, we are non-partisan in what we do. But in 2015, we saw civil society allying with the opposition to propose a candidate to challenge President Museveni. You didn't see it? So they really shed off their non-partisan coat and put on some colors. So how are you now going to carry a reform and take it to government? Until recently, there has been a vibrant, lively, and times sensational debate within Parliament and in the public arena concerning political and policy reform in Uganda. The beauty about this, the beauty about what we've been able to do as civil society actors is that we have been able to allow debate in the public arena around political electoral reform, because we have money to, we got radios, we do all these things. But now when we talk to these people in government, they said, yeah, we hear them. Yeah, but that's it. We hear them, they call it noise. We hear them making noise. So on one good thing is good, but in terms of taking it forward beyond the noise to actually has been a very big challenge. Next. Next. Now, we also finally looked at, in the analysis, we looked at the capacity of civil society. Has civil society got the capacity and the tools to be able to sustain a political and a law electoral reform endeavor? One, we realized that there are two positives. One is that looking at civil society as a space or public arena in which different values, ideas, and political visions are debated, contended, and struggled for, I think that we have done well. We've created these spaces where we've talked about these things, amplified them, even if those guys have heard them and not done anything, but at least they hear them, that there is something. But two, we have also done a lot of effort in organizing ourselves in the collective as civil society actors to be able to engage in collective collective purposes. However, we note that there were two categories of CSOs or civil society organizations in Uganda. We note the new civil society and the old civil society. The new civil society are the NGOs, professional NGOs like PPI, but you also have the traditional civil society, the church, the religious institutions, business associations, trade unions. What we realized is that there has not been any kind of partnership between the two civil society entities. That as NGOs, we have really worked in isolation of the traditional civil society. And the thinking of some respondents was that, yes, Museveni dominates over these associations, but they still have some voice. That if you got your archbishop constantly talk about something, eventually government will hear and probably do something. But unfortunately, we were not working with these entities. Next. So there were three major issues related to civil society tools and capacity to influence political and electoral reforms in Uganda. One, donor dependence. Even this meeting is funded by donors. So there's a huge challenge because we rely on donors to be able to do these things. And the day when government wakes up and closes DGF, you know what happens? We can no longer talk because the money is not coming through, and that's also a harsh reality. Two, many of us are not socially rooted. We are Kampala NGOs. So if you're going to build a demand side for reforms, but you don't have the roots in communities and societies where you want to interest those masses, are they going to believe you? If I'm a PPI and go to Tororo, I really don't work in Tororo, but I have a project. The project is to convince the people in Tororo that we need to reform X. It's going to be difficult for me to be able to convince the people because I'm not rooted in that community. Or it will be very costly for me to do that. And then lastly, there's also inadequate appreciation of government policy processes. We really don't understand how politics functions in this country. We don't. Because if we knew, then we could know where should we take our reforms to. But there's also an obvious thing. The face of the reforms. You see, a reform can be very good. But who is the face? If you give it to Kizza Besigye, however good it is, say who? They don't even want to hear what he's talking about. Give it to Bobby Wine. The police officer will not want to hear anything. So, these ones were then constrained us in terms of our ability to sustain these processes. Next. So, in light of that analysis, what kind of strategies can we adopt to try to influence political and electoral reforms? The first one is that we have to engage with the supply side of governance. The supply side, I mean government. We have been working on building the demand side for reforms, build the critical mass of citizens. But now in a situation, in a context where you have a dominant party, you have a dominant leader, it's going to be difficult for you to only rely or focus on one side. You have to focus on both sides. So we need to focus on the supply side and convince government why reform X is good and what it means for this country. Okay? So the two go hand in hand. Focus on government, focus on the citizens. But there's also one other strategy that we need to adopt. We need to continue to generate evidence on the need for political and electoral reforms. Why do we need to reform X? What is the evidence that is going to work for us? No? Because sometimes, as you've seen, or as we saw when we're doing this study, there are reforms that civil society actors came up with, and they're not strongly justified. You don't have strong evidence on why you need to reform X and Y, Z. That's going to be thrown out. When we're engaging the people from Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, they said, what is the reform? Who is proposing it? What is the rationale? What is the evidence? There are those things that we need to answer. So for that person to be able to see sense, sometimes we don't do that. We say, disband the electoral commission. Or we need an independent electoral commission. Why? So we did focus a lot of effort on generating evidence. Okay? And we highlighted some of these specific examples. What are the citizens' opinion about political and electoral reforms? And I always give an example of, my mother stays in Uganda. So during that time, where, she asked me when we were in Jinja on the campaign on free and fair elections. I told her, we need to reform how we do elections in this country. He said, why? So that your vote can matter. I said, like, okay, so what? So you can be able to elect a leader that accounts to you. I said, but how will that help me? You get it? So all those questions were coming because there was one, lack of clarity, but two, how do we connect with the issues that ordinary people, my mother's issue may be about drugs in the hospital, maybe about, roads, maybe the road to our place. So in whatever you want to do to make sense to that citizen at the lower level to join what you want to do. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. Next. Wait. We have been talking about a political transition in the context of the current. We have been talking about a political transition in this country for the last 15 years. It has not been coming. Even now, we are talking about a political transition. But are there some who are deliberately, generating alternatives, options, evidence, For instance, I'll give you an example. There is talk about the switching to the parliamentary system. Do we know whether this works for us? Do we know the pros and cons? We need to invest a lot of time and money in these things. Next. Yes, another strategy is to adopt what we call an incremental approach to reform. Our analysis, the analysis that we did, found out that we want big bang reforms. We want to we want to propose reforms in a big bang approach. Because how do you propose that this electoral commission should be disbanded hardly a year to elections? It becomes difficult. Okay, maybe we can say, I don't know, but incremental means pick small reforms and propose them and move with them. Those are some of the strategies that we think and work. Of course, those strategies are in reference to the kind of context in which we're operating. Next, finally, we were able also to generate some proposals for reforms, likely or proposed reforms ahead of 2026. Now, when you look at this table, you realize that in the last 4 elections, we have had a slightly high turn-up in presidential stroke parliamentary compared to local government. In 2006, you had 69.19 people turning up to vote for the president and their member of parliament, but then only 46 turned up to vote for their LC5 chair. And the pattern goes on. So you realize that in the last 4 elections, almost 27% of the voters voted for their president and MP, but they never voted for their LC5 chair. Okay? And our proposal is that maybe the EC needs to reconsider and have only 2 election days. That on the first election day, you have the president, you have the member of parliament, and you have the LC5 chair on the first election day. And then on the second election day, you have all the others. And we think that that will be able to increase the number of people voting for those various positions, and eventually the turnover. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, every eligible citizen should be allowed to vote. Article 59(1) of the Constitution gives us that right. As long as you're 18 years and above, you're eligible to vote. Section 18, subsection 1 of the Electoral Commission Act mandates the EC to compile, maintain, and update on a continuing basis a national voters register. But in the last 2 elections, the EC has not actually done that. The EC has gone to NIRA and picked information from NIRA and used that to compute or to put together the voters register. But unfortunately, they pick that information 6 months to elections or around that time. Meaning that if I turn 18 between those 6 months to elections, I am not eligible to vote. So we are telling the EC that why don't you pick all those who will be 18 years and above on election day and put them in the register, so that whoever is eligible to vote actually votes. But most importantly, we're interested in many Ugandans having a say in what happens in this country. Next. Now there's this contentious one. We think that there should be a review of nomination fees for selected electoral positions. And our proposal, or the proposal we generated, was that Section 10(6)(b) of the Presidential Elections Act, as well as Section 11, subsection 3 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, should be amended to provide for a waiver of direct nomination fees for any member of Parliament representing a political party or organization in Parliament. The reason for that is to enable government implement Section 14A of the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Act that obligates it to contribute funds or other public resources towards the activities of political parties. So that clause has 2 components. The first component is that government should fund the day-to-day running of political parties on the basis of numerical strength in Parliament. And 2, that government should fund the political parties for elections on an equal basis. On the 2 occasions where government has released the money, EC has allocated this money based on numerical strength, including last year ahead of the elections. Yet, government was supposed to fund political parties on equal measures as per the law. As a middle ground, we are proposing that why don't you waive the nomination fees for any candidate presented by a political party, to enable you implement that particular provision, 14B. Thank you so much for listening.
Emma, can we give him some love? Mr. Emmanuel Chitamirike is the Associate Director of the Public Policy Institute. Some interesting proposals, Honorable Sarah Pendi. You've had the last one. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, thank you very much for coming. Leader of the NRM Women's League, thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. May I also say we recognize Honorable Aled Akuguzibwe, who is Member of Parliament for Buruli County, Masindi District. Thank you for coming. And then, of course, Honorable Businge Joab Abwoli, Member of Parliament from the Forum for Democratic Change Party, FDC, and represents Masindi Municipality. I was listening closely, Emma, to some of the suggestions that you were giving. Some recommendations on, for example, waiving the fees for all, MPs that want to stand on and they have a party. I started to think that, okay, so if you waive it off, then what? And I think the argument that you're trying to say is that then every political party will have an opportunity to be represented nationally because they don't have to look around for the 3 million shillings, for example, for every constituency. The NRM pays for that for its members, right? across the country. And perhaps that gives them the strength that they are able to have a representative in every constituency at both local parliamentary, at both parliamentary and local levels, right? And that means your proposal is that if there is no payment, then FDC will have the same opportunity to present a candidate, and so does the National Unity Platform, so that it is equal, and that on all competitive positions, every parliamentary, every party will have a representative in the parliamentary race. It would be interesting to hear from MPs what they think about that. But yeah, all right. We're going to get into a panel discussion, and this is my favorite part of it. May I invite Dr. Julius Kiza, my very good friend, land colleague, and Dr. Julius Kiza, I celebrate you very much. You know how much I like you on issues of political economy. He's from Makerere University. Dr. Julius, you're very welcome. May I also invite Honorable Mutembuli Yusuf, Member of Parliament for Bunyole East. Thank you so much for coming. Please come and take your seat. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, National Resistance Movement Party Women League, the head. Thank you for coming as well. You can join us. And as well as the Honorable Businge Joab Awodi, Member of Parliament for Masindi Municipality. Where are you at? Okay, great. We want to recognize also the presence of Honorable Dr. Abbas Agaba, who is Member of Parliament for Chitagwenda County. Thank you so much for coming. Please have a seat. And do we have the microphones as well? Handheld, I think we have one. Let me just also take my seat as I get the mics. All right. Thank you all for making time for this panel discussion. We'll also open it up for a plenary session. Let me begin with Dr. Julius. What do you make of this research document that has been presented to us? What captured your eye? What is feasible? What is not? And then we can discuss to where do we go from here. Let me just get your general assessment about this paper that has been presented by the Public Policy Institute.
Thank you very much, the Chief of Protocol and Ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Julius Kiza. I'm being asked with a very tough assignment. I'm being asked to start with a very tough assignment, which is assessing somebody, assessing the research work. We do that in the academia. For civil society purposes, whatever effort is made to gather data, to share the data, to convene a conversation, especially in an elite place like this one, it should be celebrated. And for me as a teacher, the fact that I'm able to teach someone who says now, even without consulting my teacher, I can go ahead and conduct this research, for me that's a big achievement. It is an honor to us who are in the teaching profession to know that as we get old, we are not like elite somewhere who say, I see no one who can take over. With us, we see people who can take over because we have trained. And if we haven't trained, then the problem is us. Because we should be able to show the community what we have produced over the time period we've been occupying public space. So in terms of subject area, I think this conversation is very good. And I like the conversation because it's coming. It's not waiting for the next election. And I think these kinds of conversations are part of the political community, because democracy building is a process. It's not an event. So it's very important for us to get together from different perspectives and from different, whether we are the ruling party or the opposition, whether we are male or female, whether we are from the north or the south or the center, whether we pray in the mosque or the church or not pray at all. I think it's very, very important for a nation to have conversations on things that affect us. So I really appreciate that. And I think it's very important for us to rebrand civil society, to rethink the role of civil society amidst the changing dynamics. And also to be able to say that while there are tendencies for the resurrection of hereditary rule in our community, and they are manifest, even to the blind, while there are these tendencies happening, can we shift from form to substance? For example, what's the content of the manifesto being proposed by the hereditary ruler to be? I listened to some of these WhatsApp messages, and for me, they are really embarrassing. That I'm going to target the youth, and I know the youth need two things. Number one, sports. Number two, entertainment. No conversation on quality education. No conversation on health care. No conversation on digital skills for a digital economy that's unfolding. Even when we see these fellows doing a lot of twittering, a lot of space on Facebook, they're not discussing how to skill our youth into the skills of the digital economy. There is no conversation of how to organize ourselves better, the rule of law. There is no conversation on how to make government accountable to the citizens. So it appears to me that if we shift from the form to the substance, then we begin interrogating content. That way we make a positive contribution. Then next time they will sit and say, okay, we had this criticism or critique of our idea on sports and entertainment. Now can we discuss things more substantive? How do we transform the economy? You see, an economy that is dominated by the peasantry is an economy of poor people, an economy of poor democracy, an economy of poor infrastructure. These are things we must discuss. How do we engage a gear that enables us to transform the economy into an industrial manufacturing economy and a high-tech service economy? How do we address things of poor infrastructure? The Kenyans, these young men in Kenya have transformed infrastructure. In a lifetime we have been here, moving very slowly. They have built a standard gauge rail line. They are building broad highways. They are building energy and spreading. Yes, we are also doing energy, but in a very slow, small steps things, which is where I disagree with the writer. These incremental steps are important only when you have arrived. When you are rich, you can have a 1% GDP growth, 2%, and it will be okay. But when you're coming from the doldrums, from the depths, from the gutters, you need to move big steps. So we have to think through these incremental things. It's good conversation incrementalism if you are already very well off. But if you are not yet, we need to talk of the kinds of interventions we need to make strategic changes, drastic improvements in our lifetime. We want to gain traction before you people change fiscal address, so that our children can say, yes, we had the elders in this country. I want to submit, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kiza. The birthday parties continue as we're having these conversations. Lydia Wanyoto, in the presentation, President Yoweri Museveni, and I want to quote, genuinely believes that his votes are stolen. And one of the recommendations and proposals is that what if we worked with him to ensure that we set up systems that will protect his vote through electoral reforms? You are deeply rooted in the NRM. First, do you believe that your votes are stolen? But also, most importantly, would you then therefore recommend that we work out electoral reforms that will further strengthen the vote from being stolen? Lydia Wanyoto.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Lydia Wanyoto Mutende. I'm a lawyer. I think that's what is permanent. Being the national chairperson of the Women's League is an elective position, so it can come as long as I win an election. I would also want to recognize the members of parliament who are here and to say that I stand with you because one of your colleagues has lost her husband, Honorable Margaret Ayebale. So I think many of us after here will be going to join her. I would like to thank you so much for the kind invitation to participate in this very important dialogue. I do not take it for granted because where I sit, I think every Ugandan is a politician, and therefore they merit to come and sit where I have sat, because everybody in Uganda seems to know something about politics and they want to talk about it. But the debate about civil, before I answer, I'll answer your question, but allow me to give it a 2-minute background. The civil society agenda is important for any community, but we need to unpack the one of Uganda and add one or two other stakeholders that can build civil society. We need local civil society, locally grown civil society that are passionate about their communities, that they want to change their communities. Then we have the other level of the international civil society, because Uganda is not an island. We are part of the bigger community of the world, even with the EAC. So the issue of international civil society is good. It fits in well to fuse energies, to compare notes, and see, because we are not the only country that runs elections. I'm not the only country that has civil society challenges or community. But the most important stakeholders of what we are discussing today, it is me and you. Many of us, the bulk of the voter, you're telling me whether we still vote or not, the bulk of the voters that wake up and line up to go and vote are in the rural communities. They are in Bunyole West or East. They are in Namayingo, and they are in Mbale City. Majority of the elites stay on their WhatsApp in their rooms because it's a public holiday, and around 4 or 5 they begin asking who has won. There are very few people who are not in active politics, but they've gone to school and have some job or somewhere that relate to their welfare and safety of the country, to the voting day, even as a process. So we should begin with that. If we are interested in our country, go get the base where you come from. Change will start happening. No vote will be stolen, because you, the elite or networked, you can stand up to a policeman and say this polling station will not be overrun. You can stand up to some, we have these kanyamas, but as long as we remain on WhatsApp, on TV, and leave the country's decision to be decided by this border boy who is now fading. The most active people on elections day are not people who are in this boardroom. So there is the campaign of mindset change about our governance. Can we do less microphone talk in Sheraton and go to the communities and see how many votes in your community will change the future of the country? You can stop a rigged election. I'm speaking with people who have won elections here. You can stop it if you are vigilant. You can overrun police if they are compromised, if you know what you want. You called me here, I'll be candid, because I've been in this, like you've said. So does President Museveni's vote get stolen? And can he or the NRM party participate in stopping it? My experience and analysis after every election, where candidates are strong, and mark this, where candidates are strong and have influence, there is rigging and there is vote ballot stuffing or whatever. There is some irregularity because they influence that place. If your presidential candidate is strong in a Acholi sub-region, there will be some level of rigging there if you're not vigilant. If a candidate is strong in Uganda, there is no doubt that there will be some extra rigging there. So this one, you can take to the bank. So on either side, where people have strongholds, there will always be some level of rigging. And they will be comparing to what margin they have rigged so that they are able to catch up where they are not strong. Because the people in those areas, whether they are registrars, whether they are agents, are picked from those communities. And the community have already chosen on the candidate. That not only happen for the presidential, it is aligned to the parliamentary, because voting is on the same day. And if you may, you realize that where the presidential candidate is strong, the parliamentary candidate will associate with the one who has the flag, will associate with the presidential candidate, and then the process will happen. So it is you and I to see how we can change that. But where there is strongholds, there will be vigilancy, and the popular party or candidate will win. I would also like to mention quickly the factor that I would like civil society to take up and tell us the stories. You can zone the country. For us, we've zoned the country into 19 zones. Traditional communities, you say Bunyole, there's Bugisu, Bukedi, then it's Sebei, Ankole, Chigezi. So for us, we have those 19 zones. But if you want to know where the current debates, we should be intentional and deliberate about the commercialization of the elections in Uganda. It is across the board. NRM can dominate, but also other parties are using money, especially in primaries, so that you get, there is a lot of manipulation during primaries. So we need to get back. If there's any area civil society can help Uganda, because that's where the problem starts. It now spills over to the main election, primaries of political parties. Other parties sit in some small boardroom, they vet, give out candidates, fights start. Other parties say, for us, we are more democratic, but they use a lot of money to give away the flags. And we are now in multi-party dispensation. So I would like to conclude by saying that civil society is one of the biggest partners we can have to clean or improve on the electoral process of our country. But let's unpack. When you say reforms, I heard you talking about reforms. Which reforms do you want? And where are they? Can we list them? They are legal reforms, they are administrative reforms, they are calendar reforms. Just an administrative calendar of an election can cause change. They can overturn an election, they can bring you different results. Just a calendar. Just without even anything. So what reforms do you want? Can we list the reforms and then have the gatekeepers of those reforms, and then also have people that are responsible, the action mentors of those reforms? Because if I left aside the reforms, what are reforms? Can we unpack them? Some of them are short term, others are long term. If we are going to amend the constitution to bring out reforms, I think by now they should be before the vice chairperson of the legal and parliamentary committee is right here. They should be before their committee. But if they are not here, then we are late. Because the elections in Uganda start immediately, we swear in a president and parliament. I think you are aware. We begin immediately, unless you are not political. Because the campaigns are now almost in their third gear. So how will the reforms follow the campaigns? So I thought that I should let you know, we need civil society, but we need to define what civil society is. We should add other actors. Please go back and deliver your village to create change.
All right.
Nobody will do it for you. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lydia Nyoto, thank you. But just to really tell you, you asked about which kind of reforms. I think that the Supreme Court recommendations are very, very clear. Not only legal, I think there were a couple of reforms that the Supreme Court made, and these were supposed to be incorporated into the constitutional amendment that was brought by the then Justice and Constitutional Affairs Minister, Kaindo Tafire, and your party brought it 8 months to the elections. And they caucused in Entebbe. What did we see next? Nothing. We just passed a constitutional amended bill without the cause that we really wanted. But let me just go back to the core conversation. When the presenter was beginning, he talked about NRM is a dominant party with a dominant leader. They have a big say in running this country. And he continues to say that the NRM caucus is important for any legislation to happen, and therefore civil society must find a way of how they can actually work with it to front electoral reforms. And this comes over a backdrop of the same report that has told that the civil society is framing the president as a target of the reform and rather than a beneficiary of a reform. I anchor this question to you, Honorable Mutebule. What do you make of that?
Thank you very much. Yusuf Mutembule is my name. I represent the people of Bunyore East in Butareja district. I also happen to be the deputy chairperson, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. And I want people to note I'm not a vice chairperson. I'm a deputy. A deputy is more powerful than a vice. So you come and we shall have a conversation on that, the difference between the deputy and the vice. And when I came to Parliament, there was that misrepresentation that everyone was being referred to as a vice chairperson of the committee. Good enough, I'm also a member of the rules and the rules committee. So I looked through the rules, and one time we had a conversation with the Prime Minister, was meeting all the chairpersons and deputies, and people were introducing themselves as vice chairpersons. I told them I'm a deputy. If you people are vice chairpersons, I'm a deputy, and pursuant to certain rules of the procedure. And from that day, people went and started changing their signposts and whatever. They are now deputy chairpersons in accordance with the rules. So even whoever addressed me, I was about not to come because they were inviting a different person, the vice chairperson or the deputy chairperson. That is one. Two, I also happen to be a legal practitioner for the last 15 years. And I've been so much into election petitions. I've handled several of the cases, including the one of my sister Wanyoto here, although that was the other side. And if you're talking about democratic governance, I think I've been there. I've been a voter. I started voting in 2001. I've been a litigant as far as election petitions are concerned in 2016. And I've been here for some good time. I was in Democratic Party at one time, in UID, as the deputy spokesperson. So I'm telling you how much I appreciate democracy and governance in this country. That was from 2006 to 2010. Having been groomed as a UID, I was elected the Vice President, Democratic Party Eastern Region, from 2010 to 2020, when I felt that I think we're going nowhere, and I decided to join the dominant party that has a dominant leader. Okay? And I think all of us would wish to be part of the dominant party and the dominant leader. And of course others are saying no. I have been into elections. I started in 2011. As a Democratic Party candidate, I lost. I can tell you the challenges that I went through. 2016, as a candidate, Democratic Party, I lost. I can tell you the challenges I went through when I switched to the dominant party. 1 month to NRM primaries, I went and I got a flag. So I can tell you the challenges I went through when I was in opposition and how easy it was for me when I joined NRM. So if there is anyone who can tell you the challenges, I think I'm the best person. I've gone through all this and I know what it means. Your question? Remind me, I've talked about many things. Colleagues, you'll sympathize with me. Some of you are seeing me with this crutch. It's not that I'm disabled, but temporarily. I had an operation, the knee operation, for 1 month. And it's because I love this country, and that's why I'm here. Otherwise, I'm not supposed to be here. It's the first time that I'm putting on a suit for the last 1 month and the closed shoes. So pray for me that after here, nothing much happens to my knee. But because I love this country, that is why I'm here for this dialogue. Otherwise, I would be somewhere lying because of the pain. So colleagues, if in one way or the other I don't perform to your expectations, particularly those that I've interacted with and who know my capacity and capabilities, you may get disappointed today, not because that is how I do things, but because of my health now. I forgot to also tell you that I was once a lecturer at Road Development Center. I saw some of my students here for about 5 years, and then I joined politics. So I have been there, academics, politics, legal practice. Your question reminded me. I apologize.
No problem, sir. Now that you are into the dominant party.
Yes.
With a dominant leader.
Yes.
And a dominant budget.
It's okay, anything. You can say anything, yes.
Let's talk about electoral reforms.
Yes.
Do you, as a party, are you open to electoral reforms through a legislative approach? I mean, you have been there. You were on the other side.
Mm.
You must have been aggrieved in the previous elections.
Mm.
In fact, as a lawyer, you must have given legal counsel to the team that was challenging the presidential elections. And as a result, I can say that you closely followed the Supreme Court sessions. Recommendations were made. All that was rubbished. Nothing came. And yet your party dominant leader says that the election is being stolen. So do you believe as a legislator that you can actually champion electoral reforms through parliament and have critical issues that you know closely, that I'm sure you challenged when you lost twice in the Democratic Party, to be amended now that you are in a dominant party?
Definitely, any person right now would be thinking about electoral reforms, because there are a lot of challenges. And as a person who has been in practice, when you talk about the electoral laws in this country, there are a lot that we need to reform. Now, you're talking about the recommendations and the reforms that were supposed to have been made. I think the question of time is very important. It's very key. It's good that we are beginning this conversation at this moment, and we shouldn't stop now. We should continue with this conversation. And like my sister Lydia rightly said, it's not a question of us just having conversations in the hotels, but we must engage with the communities. What are those reforms that are required? We talked about, let me give you an example of challenging presidential elections.
Can I come on the issue of that you've talked about of going to the public and seeking their opinions?
Yes.
You didn't have the chance to be in the 10th Parliament. Members of Parliament were given an opportunity to go and consult the electorate,
and they consulted
on the amendment
yes.
of changing the age limit.
Yes.
What happened when they came back after the NRM caucus in Entebbe? When they were voting out, we had people who came out to say, whilst my electorate was telling me this, but I stand with my party. We saw them on camera, so don't. And
we saw very many who said, much as I belong to this party, but this is what my voters have told me.
So when you say about consulting with the party, with the people, and when you come on the house, you say something different that is in honor of the caucus meeting.
By the way, there is this misconception that every time we have a caucus meeting, we just go there for a lecture, which is not true.
Have you diverted from it before?
Which is not true.
Have you diverted from the resolutions of the...
We have. Let me give you an example. Recently, we went for the NRM caucus, and the president introduced the issue of the coffee agreement and so on. I don't want to give the details of what happened, but at least we were so open to the president. We told him that this is very unpopular. This is something that cannot work. And that is why up to now you're seeing now the whole thing is now quiet. You understand? Otherwise, if we were just following what the president says, then he would have just stamped. He would have just told us this is this and say, okay, please let the agreement proceed. Two, we also had an issue to do with the bail. You remember the bail when the president was proposing that people should not be granted the bail until they have been in custody for 6 months. We had a serious conversation, a serious debate, and up to now, I think you can see there is nothing much as far as that is concerned. So it's not true that every time we go for a caucus, we just go there to listen to the president and we get the orders from the president. We have a thorough discussion, a healthy discussion, a conversation, and we come up with reasonable resolutions. So it's not true that every time we are going for a caucus, we are going to be lectured and be ordered to do ABCD. So, Solomon, that is not true, and I don't want people to believe that. My senior Abasa is here, will tell you, we have serious discussions. Very serious, only that because you people at times don't have access to see what happens there, you only get a quarter of what happens, and then you conclude that this is this and the other. But that aspect of age limit, I saw very many members of parliament coming on the floor saying, this is what my voters have told me, but including the member of parliament. Okay, let me give you an example of the member of parliament, woman member of parliament of Umbale. She was in here, but she said, the people of Umbale have told me this, and that's what she did. She came back. She's in parliament. So I think someone is saying is one of the many.
Of the few.
Of the few. Okay. No, of the many. Including Abbas. Abbas also came and told people, this is what my people of Kitagata told me. So it's not true that everyone, because it belongs to NRM, came to the floor and just said, much as this is what my people have told me, but this is my position.
Okay.
So we need to consult people and give the position of the people. Now, I'm one person who believes that we must have term limits restated. It's one of the reforms that I think we must have. Okay? So that there must be certainty that after 10 years, we expect so and so to go and some other person comes in.
Honorable Mutemble, allow me to stop you there because I will come back to you on,
okay.
on some of these issues. I wanted to bring you in. Honorable C. According to the paper that has been presented, and I want to quote, the Constitution gives President Museveni overwhelming power to appoint those in the central, electoral, and judicial positions of power. His influence on non-state actors too is very strong, like the religion, culture, and entertainment spheres. This is the person that civil society wants to engage with, to actually swing the ball against him. So the first proposal is reduce the powers of the president, and also, did you hear that? No parliament can pass that. Your views on some of the issues mentioned in this report. Yeah, maybe you could,
thank you very much for that very, very also important question. My colleagues, the panelists, I'm very grateful for your input. I think before I can go straight to what you have asked, I also want to say that the paper was a bit factual. It is spot on. It is not a pretense of what is happening, and I want to thank whoever prepared that paper and the presenter. But what I saw, of course, your question also inclusive. I find we are in a country. First of all, before I can go to it, I'm hopeful as a leader, as an individual, that at this pace, if all Ugandans can now wake up to reality, I think reforms are not cast in stone. Why? I think for long, many people in this country have over-appeased the dominant leader.
In the dominant party.
In the dominant party. But to me, I think, if you talk about a party is about values, ideas, not the individual. But in this case, in our country, when the individual speaks, it is deemed as though the party has spoken. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to talk about. So if the party is there to defend the ideals for which it stands, then you are right to say that this is the position of the party. But where you toe the line of the party leader, and the members and fellow leaders are tossed right and left, you shift goalpost, and they believe that the party has spoken. I think there is something wrong. And I want to believe that over time now, like in my culture, we have a saying that when you share a bed and a blanket with a man having a hump, if you don't carry off the blanket, you may not cover yourself. I don't know whether you understand what I'm talking about. We are reaching a level where even those in the NRM are beginning to realize, I think, our assumption was wrong. Many people thought that somebody would get, or especially the dominant leader, would at one time get satisfied. But over time they are realizing that this is a man like Hitler, like Mussolini, who they used to praise, that Mussolini was always right. And even when the World War was beginning, with his policy of appeasement, the powers were appeasing Germany and so on, until the point they realized that, no, I think Germany would never get satisfied. And the war had to start. So likewise, when you hear our colleagues here say that, we are not just lectured. The other day we stamped our foot on the matter of, denying bail to capital suspects, and now the coffee agreement. To me, it gives me hope that now we are rising to reality, that this dominant leader may never get appeased, may never get satisfied. And you are seeing what is coming up. What is happening is like, again, the war between Iraq, I think America, and the other Western powers during the time of Saddam Hussein, when America clearly said, you are either with us or with the what? With the enemy. And powers, the weak powers, started assembling themselves. So you can see now, when the birthday parties are being organized, the intellectual cowardice are already beginning to show where the alignment is, because they are preparing for the unseen, but which they suspect that silently the dominant leader is endorsing. Two, we are in a country where there is, even the paper, I think, is premised on a wrong assumption that all Ugandans are interested in a just society. They think the dominant leader is interested in a just Uganda and NRM. That's why they are saying, yes, if that was true, then engaging the supply side of reforms would work. But is it true that we are all interested in a just society, in a transparent democratic process? Because there are those who are beneficiaries of the injustice. Do you expect those to stamp on these reforms? When somebody is trying to smuggle the candidature of the firstborn. My honorable member here who was in DP, the UID, he says he has enough experience in the opposition. He knows how hard it was and how easy it is now in the NRM. So many Ugandans, what motivates us to come to vie for these political offices? Is it the country or a selfish agenda? So when you see, yes, which one dominates our mind when you're planning to come? To say, now I want to go to compete for a political office. Do you look at, first of all, how easily you can succeed? Or what justice can you deliver? So I think that's a question for us all to answer. Because even I've seen members of civil society, because for me I've been asking, what is that civil society, by the way? What do you expect of members in the civil society? I think these should be highly, very patriotic people, very knowledgeable. But when it comes to making an individual decision in relation to the country, what decision do members of civil society make? Do they make decisions that satisfy their ego or the welfare of the state? So I want to say that it is premised on a wrong assumption that everybody, including the dominant leader of the NRM, that is interested in a just society. So if that was true, then engaging the supply side would work. But I also want to allow me to say this. The presence of a constitution does not mean constitutionalism. It's very
Say
important.
that again.
The presence of a constitution does not mean constitutionalism. So many people have taken excuse, they have hidden themselves under the constitution. But constitutionalism is about belief. The spirit is about practice of those principles as embedded in the constitution. So what we see, many of our colleagues, including the dominant leader, is about, I think the constitution is just now seen as an international standard. Otherwise, we would work even without a constitution. But because it is one of the measures of a democratizing society, yeah, you put it there. You allow a document to be written and you name it the Constitution. But the practice, the belief, do you respect the sanctity of that Constitution? Where you say, we are the ones who wrote the Constitution. We cannot allow the Constitution to dictate on Ugandans. Hey, then what do you mean? What do you mean? It is us who wrote the Constitution. We cannot allow the Constitution to dictate on us. So it means you will always play with it as and when you want. When we talk about constitutionalism, everybody is alive to the fact that serving military officers and other members of the armed force should not come to make any political statement, should not align openly with any political actor. But you can see what is happening. That's why a question was raised. If it were any other member of the armed force of the UPDF organizing these political parties and making these promises to Ugandan youth, would we still be moving across the country? That's why we are saying time must come and time should come for everybody to rise to the reality that this country belongs to all of us. Justice is enabling for all of us. But if people think that they can they can simply think others will get satisfied? Never. Because, for example, the dominant leader, Yoweri Museveni, I think, came to power when he was about 44 years old. His son is 48. He has a grandson of 20. So at this pace, what is there for us other Ugandans? I beg to submit.
Honorable Joab, thank you very much for that submission. And I think I should take it on from here. Dr. Kiza, the involvement of military officers in the politics is clearly grounded in the Constitution as being taboo. It shouldn't happen. Serving military officers. We have seen a serving military officer actively saying, when we get in power in 2026, and we will, in a tweet. When you have a serving military officer speaking about politics and escorted by the chief of staff, head of the, Air Force, head of police, top officials, and they're all out there. Do you agree with Honorable Joab's submission that constitutionalism, having a constitution doesn't mean constitutionalism? That's quite a good, what is it called? Concept. I don't know if it's a concept. But yeah, I wanted you to weigh in on that, Dr. Kiza.
Yes, thank you, Master of Ceremony. As a student of government and politics, I want to agree that having a constitution does not guarantee constitutionalism. The constitution is a formal document. It's a set of rules according to which a society wishes to be governed. Constitutionalism is about a culture, a practice of rule of law, of separation of powers, of decency in the conduct of a public officer, of how we handle public resources when we are duty bearers. So yes, it's true that having a constitution is an important achievement, but constitutionalism goes much deeper to actualize the formal document called a constitution. And now you're provoking me to make a comment about a serving army officer. I want Ugandans to appreciate, and I wish this message could go to all Ugandans, that there are things we must identify as uniting all of us, as Ugandans, irrespective of political identity, irrespective of whether you are male or female, whether you are from the north or the south, whether you worship facing the east or the south. The point is that there are certain things we must appreciate as unifying to all of us. And one of them is to say that if we have written a piece of law called the Constitution, can we appreciate it as the supreme law of the land? Every other piece of law is secondary to the supreme law of the land. And the supreme law provides clearly that the UPDF shall be professional, it shall be non-partisan, it shall not involve in sectarian politics, and it shall be productive. So if we use that definition and track it down to the UPDF Act, then we see the UPDF Act upholding the constitutional provision. So the UPDF Act repeats word for word, and the lawyers are here. By the way, I'm the only person here who is not honorable. All of these are honorables. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. Isn't it true that the UPDF Act upholds the constitutional provision that the UPDF shall be professional, it shall be patriotic, it shall be non-partisan, and it shall be productive? And the issue is shall, not may, not could, not would, shall. In the law, that means it's an obligation. It's not a request. So I don't want to add anything else unless. So talking about people who are misbehaving, I think this is indiscipline. It's just indiscipline. And somebody should be called to order. And they want to call them to order, you know them. It must be the top officers. To say, look, either you amend the constitution, or say we no longer have a constitution. And that would be a smart way. To say this constitution no longer serves us. So we have amended it. The UPDF can behave as they wish. Then we know the law has changed. Because if we make the law and we don't follow the law, then there is a problem with us. You amend the law, as they did with the term limits, as they did with age limits. You may not agree with the politics of it, but at least the law is saying this one is no longer serving us. We have amended it. So the same can be done for the UPDF. But I want to be clear that the distinction, the boundary between what is military and what is political is very thin. Military affairs are fundamentally political. So I think I want to come out clearly, because I've seen people conflating the presence of the UPDF in the parliament as a problem. I think that has got to be understood in the historical context. Namely that we are having an army that came to office modeling itself alongside the CCM model, where there's a fusion between state and army and economy and institutions. So the CCM model was a fusion of power. Yes, the lawyers will say that power must be separated. The institutions of government must be separated, because absolute power corrupts, and it corrupts absolutely. So, but the Tanzanian model, which informed our young fighters, then young, now they have turned old, our young fighters borrowed a model from Tanzania, which served Mwalimu Nyerere very well, by fusing all the powers of the state and the party and the economy and institutions together. Now, I think the conversation should be, do we still need that fusion of power, or should we have a different conversation? But it's not right just to comment, criticize, mourn the presence of the UPDF, the army officers, in so long as they are citizens of Uganda, are Ugandans. So what happens in parliament affects them as citizens. I think the question is whether or not there is a record where they have contradicted the wish of the ruling party. Those are empirical questions, and Kitamirike didn't research that, so we don't have the empirical data. But the members of parliament should guide us. Is there a situation where a member of the UPDF actually contradicted the ruling party to show that they are serving the nation patriotically? This is for another day. Thank you very much.
Dr. Julius Kiza, thank you very much for that. And I just had to tickle you to say something about that. Especially with the historical background of what we saw with men in uniform who had attempted to participate in politics before, who were of course court-martialed, and to now they slid into the spiral of silence and not to be heard again. But rather now we are seeing an exaltation of another man in uniform, this time differently. Lydia Wanyoto. Everything okay? Okay, because I just saw you on your phone and I figured maybe you're in an emergency. Oh, okay. No. I just wanted to get your attention. But anyway, I just wanted to pick your mind on the proposals that have been suggested in the paper. For example, first of all, let me pick your mind. Do you see civil society as lining with the opposition, especially those that are in the democratic spaces, or are they non-partisan, so that we can see them with the president, together, especially that civil society is supposed to be to correct the excesses of the state, but also help it in its development. Because that is central. Because the moment that you in the ruling party look at them as an opposition, then everything they come up with will be looked at as opposition, even when they present citizens' views on electoral democracy. For example, the compact that was presented that was never implemented. in this country?
Yeah, we have some actors in our country who come up as civil society, but I think that for the political civil society groups, they are weak. They are weak, and sometimes their packaging and branding causes one side of government to be more defensive than the recipient to negotiate. Because the biggest strength of politics is not confrontational. And I hope I can be understood on this. But many times, the groups that we have that we've called civil society are confrontational. So when you confront and you are weak, the other side freezes off and they're ready to fight back. So we need to have a civil society that is not angry. I see a lot of them who join civil society, they are angry. Maybe they have a good reason to be angry, but the timing could be wrong. Power cannot be, you need numbers, you need resources, you need coercive machinery. So if you understand yourself that you do not have those 3 tools of power, then the best thing is not to be confrontational. Because you've asked me whether they come off as opposition, I think we really don't have a strong opposition in Uganda. Even then, I've said earlier, and I think we need to also have an honest conversation that our country has not reached of age to talk about ruling party and opposition. We are still very young in that arena. And that's why Kenya beats us. Kenya, in every election year, they regroup, they get a new vehicle and go and pick power. Right now, they're negotiating openly about who is going to be running it. They speak openly about power. Sometimes we pretend. I've tried to be candid, so please do not say this woman. But because I'm in this campaign, let me tell you, in Uganda, we actually do not have so much of the ruling party or the opposition. We just have people that have some interests in politics. My party's biggest job every day, they meet more people who are annoyed and they are called themselves to be in opposition than us. And they come and then you say, what's the problem? Me, I want to be a minister. Here it is. Me, I want to be so and so. Here it is. So is that real opposition? So we have some Ugandans that have national interests in politics. If you give it to them, they are home and dry. And they can even join the ruling party and just keep quiet. They don't even come to make some reforms. But on this note, I would like to also appreciate those who join the ruling party and they bring some new fire of being a bit defiant. They come with their defiance and they check us. The current parliament does not really have so much of the NRM that you're talking about here. It has Ugandans that are fairly younger and have interests. They put a lot of pressure in the caucus. I sit in the caucus. I sit in the NRM caucus by virtue of the office I hold. But the conversation we have there now is not so much of NRM. We have people, they've gone to school, they have their money, they have interest. They say, on this one we're not going to give you. 2 of them, we have gone away without answers. The bill, we wanted to have a conversation on the bail and see if then they came and had researched. It is pending, and yet it came in the first week of the term. Some agreements, the one of coffee is more loud, but there are other agreements that they've given us trouble. The oil agreement, and they keep saying more transparency, we have children, we are also, there's somebody who came and said, we are also leaders like you. They challenged us. They are more open, but what the future of Uganda is that they also have leverage of age. If you have a member of parliament who is below 40 and he has made it to parliament, we should civil society invest in somebody who has made it to parliament. That's already the platform for Uganda's future. It's from them that you talk about reforms, even whether they are constitutional or not. But a member of parliament who has made it to parliament by maybe through lack of conflict at the age of 35, 36, they don't have a lot of wealth. Maybe they made it through some conflict or lack. Invest in them, because the bigger thing now will be compromised. They will be vulnerable. But if somebody knows that he will go back and win their seat because they are empowered, they have resources, they are the future of our country. Because they have age, they have now power, they support them to be more informed, let them be researched, and they have resources. If we want to discuss these things, let's be real. This parliament we have now, the 11th parliament, it has the biggest picture of Uganda. Over 75% of them are below the age of 40, 45. That's the conversation. Let's invest in those. They have energy. They have young families. They are taking children to school. They know the challenges of traffic jam because they are parents, the young families. They are the future of our country. But we invest so much in the 65 and above. Whether we like it or not, the door is opening for them to exit. Let's invest especially in this 11th. There is a future for our country in this 11th parliament, if you want me to tell you. And there are 529. So that's a good catchment area.
Okay. Does that also apply for the dominant leader?
The dominant leader, according to this dialogue, there has been research that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, according to Kitamilika and his researchers, colleagues, that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is a dominant leader in a dominant party. A dominant party, by the way, sometimes can be perception, because you can choose. Our dominant party, within it has also maybe some political parties, because we have generational challenges or debates and even ideological mindset. There are many times when within us people say, but you have had your time. This is now a time of the challenges of the .com challenges. That conversation is with us. So we have numbers, but we are engaging. And the biggest clash is actually generational. It's not even political parties. The thinking, the challenges, the emerging challenges. Okay. But let me conclude. If we want really to talk about Museveni and spend days talking about Museveni, we are going to miss the point. My biggest interest is let's talk about the future of our country in terms of who has the leverage of age, of knowledge. The future of our country, the future of Africa is going to be knowledge-based. It is going to be IT-based.
Okay.
Any African country of Museveni's time needed a strong leader. But you remember Mugabe? You remember Mandela? Of that group, Museveni was the highest. I mean, the youngest. If you want me to tell you this, he was the youngest at that time. But he had to go to Mozambique to pick that energy to go where? Now he's also that age of above 70. I do not want, as I hand over the microphone, I want to persuade all of you to spend less time discussing Museveni. Let's spend more time discussing how we can leverage the young generation of today, who are in parliament, to make a contribution. Maybe among you, another strong leader will emerge. African countries need strong leaders.
Okay, thanks, Lydia Wanyoto. Thank you very much. As we conclude, before I hand over to the plenary, I just want to ask you, the deputy chair, sir, that what do you make of the recommendations as given in the paper that they waive fees for those standing for member of parliament under a political party? Because it's one of the proposals that are given in the paper.
Thank you very much, Solomon. I want to thank my colleagues for their submissions. Talking about nomination fees, of course, I'm sure Kitamirike has done research, and he has established that some people fail to contest because of failure to pay nomination fees. For presidential, I think, how much is it? 20 million? 20? Parliamentary, we paid 3. Local government, I think others paid 200. I want to tell you, Solomon, I agree that we may not remove, but let's try to reduce. Before 3 million shillings, I think how much were you paying? 200. What informed the decision to increase from 200 to? I sit on the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, and the Electoral Commission reports to us. We give them a budget. We allocate funds to run all the activities of Electoral Commission. In fact, last time I asked a question, can they give us accountability of the 3,200,000 and so on that we pay? I have not received the accountability, but very soon I think I will receive it. Because you come to us with a budget, we are going to do this, we are going to do this, and we give you the money. Then you start burdening Ugandans who are interested in contesting. Why don't we go back to 200 for members of parliament? Why don't we go to 20,000 for LC3, LC5? I think 3 million shillings is restrictive. By that, it may sound as if it is little money. But getting 3 million shillings for one to contest is not easy. In the last elections, for LC3, the councillors and so on, personally, I had to spend over 20 million shillings because I wanted some of my contestants. They did not have money, but yet I looked at them as people who had the future for the areas. Okay? So, I think we need to reduce. We may not remove, but we need to reduce from 3 million. Let's go back to 200. So that we attract as many candidates as we can, so that Ugandans can have a choice. Solomon, there are people who are afraid to pay 3 million shillings. Particularly our colleagues in the opposition. I know I cannot mention, I know more than 5 who had the interest, they had mobilized, but 3 million shillings became a very big challenge. So I think it's time for us to reflect and review. Now, someone was talking about some of us who cross from one party to another as being opportunistic. I want to tell you, it's in the interest of some of you. My sister Lydia here will tell you that when the president introduced the issue of bail, if there is anyone who stood up with the research and submitted, and the president said, I think we need to reflect, was none other than Yusuf Mutembulu, who crossed from DP to NRM. I'm sure if I had not triggered the debate, it's possible that we may have just kept quiet and moved on. So if I had not moved to NRM, that opportunity would have been lost. You understand? My intention, the intention was that, how do you influence? You have a dominant party. You understand? How do we influence? And that's why we are saying that even the civil society, if we are to cause any change, if we are to have any reforms, inevitably you must work with the ruling party. If you don't, and you invest your money in opposition, it's like doing the same thing, using the same strategy, and you think you're going to get different results. You've invested a lot of money in the opposition. I've been there. You've trained us who have gone to Netherlands, who have gone where. But what is the influence? At the end of the day, okay? So I'm saying, you're only now getting out of, benefiting from me after joining the dominant party. Because now, all the reforms that will come to my committee, okay, I will have to ensure that we pass them. Because I'm there. You've taken me through. I understand all these challenges. And I'm willing and ready to convince the colleagues that we must have these electoral reforms. And we shall have them, colleagues, I must assure you, as long as I'm still on that committee.
I don't know if we should be optimistic, but...
You must. And let me tell you, colleagues, things have changed. Like Sister Lydia has said, the 10th Parliament is not this 11th Parliament. We are determined to cause change in this country. We are determined. And you know what people are saying are tired of President Museveni. When someone is interested in showing some bit of interest, we are again saying, last time in my village I was asked, people were telling me that instead of this Muhozi, we'd rather remain with Museveni. You can imagine, the same people who have been telling me we are tired of this man, now they are saying instead of Muhozi, let Museveni himself do what? Come back. It's now a challenge. Someone is saying that you can be there. I'm one person who does not rush. I know when and how to do things. So at the right time, when the dominant leader leaves, we shall also come in. But as long as he's still there and is willing to serve us, and we are willing, we are not complaining, by the way. For us in the movement, we are not complaining because we feel this is the best leader. We are satisfied. The only thing we are doing is to assist him so that as Ugandans, we achieve what we are supposed to achieve. Colleagues, let's join the president, because right now he's our president, whether we like it or not. As a civil society, let's be interested in the policies of the government. Let's engage. Let's have conversations on most of these. I liked the way Emma brought it. He said some of these are hard issues to talk about, but I must. These are realities. Let's face the realities. He talked about the face. You're talking about the reforms. Who is pushing for this reform? Let's talk about the 2015, what happened. You saw the faces that were pushing for reforms. You're criticizing the person. You're saying this is a bad person. This is this. The best way we can remove this person is by having such reforms. And this is the person who has a dominant party. Why can't we package it in such a way that even this person will believe that we are doing this in good faith? I think the way we push our reforms is also, like Sister Lydia said, confrontational in nature. Why don't we change the approach? Like we are now doing, we are engaging. Okay? Let's have a simple, health engagement on some of these issues. Trust me, even the president will accept. The parliament that you're talking about will accept, and we shall have all these forms. I want to assure Ugandans and their colleagues who are in this room that we are willing and ready to have all those necessary reforms. Purposes of having democracy in this country. Colleagues, we are all aware that power belongs to the people. As to whether they take right choices or not is also another question. One professor, Solomon, told me, I'm not going to talk about him. I will not mention his name. He said he stopped voting in 2001. Reason being that he cannot equate his vote to a villager. That he cannot have one vote, just like a villager who does not even understand why he's voting. And he said, I cannot unless you now, I said, now, Professor, do you want us to legislate in such a way that those who have degrees will have 3 votes? Those who have this will have this? He said, until that happens is when I will come back and vote. And that is the mindset that we have. And the majority of us, that is how, do you know the people who are determining the politics of this country? Colleagues, if I told you of my team that brought me to parliament, you will not believe. All of us here, they are not intellectuals. The intellectuals are not interested. Voter apathy, let me talk about that. Most of us don't want to influence anything by voting. We have even given up by saying even if I vote or I don't vote, it's the same thing. And as a result of that, what happens? Colleagues, I want to interest you. Let's go back and vote. Let's go back to our areas and influence our people. We have a platform of Bunyore. I keep on seeing colleagues who have never even been to Bunyore. They are just based in Kampala here. But when you listen to their submissions, you ask yourself honestly, what is this? So we have left politics in the hands of our border guys. Trust me, if you don't have those borders here, Honorable Abbas, I will tell you, you're finished. They determine politics. And we are here, we are saying President Museveni is doing this because President Museveni has understood that for us, the intellectuals, for us who have gone to school, are not interested in that. He's investing more. And that's why you're even seeing parish development model. Now he's going to his people down. You'll see what will happen in 2026. As we are here talking about having a constitution, that's what necessarily mean constitutionalism, I agree with you. But you can also not talk about constitutionalism without a constitution. What is important is that you must have a constitution, and then as you're practicing it, whatever is in that constitution, then you're having constitutionalism. So colleagues, let's respect our constitution. I think that is very important. We have the document, a constitution. We need to protect it. We must respect it. And in that way, I think we shall have rule of law in this country. We shall talk about democracy in this country. Abraham defined the democracy as a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Whether that is true or not is a question to be determined.
All right.
Next time.
All right. Thank you. Honorable Yusuf Mutamble, thank you. You speak strongly about the NRM.
Pardon?
You speak very strongly and passionate about the NRM.
I joined. I was convinced. I was satisfied. I joined without any influence. That one, you can do research. Ask Honorable Basia. It was no influence, but out of conviction.
All right.
And that is why I can speak for the party without fear or favor, because I understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Yusuf. Honorable Joab, you have the final say at this. And I can hand over the mic to.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a few observations also, or maybe responses. For the record, once again, Businge Joab Avoli, Member of Parliament from Masini Municipality. And I'm a first timer. I came on the FDC ticket. I was voted for the first time as a mayor of the same municipality. I remember when Honorable Abbas came to my constituency and I told him I wanted to stand. He gave me a lot of encouragement. He said, don't fear that man. There was a man who was there. So I want to say that, yeah, because Honorable Abbas knows me, and that one feeds into what partly I'm going to observe. Abbas knew me. I was with him at university. We contested together for the guild presidency, but he was a better loser than myself, much as I went to the guild executive later. And therefore I want to respond that if we really put the country above self, then cooperating with whoever partner does not demand you to be in the same party. I'm trying to respond a bit to what the honorable member says. And this is a wrong mentality which Ugandans have had over time. It affected the first political party system from independence and so on. If you are not a member, say for example, if you are a DP man, you would not attend a party, a social function with the UPC. And I see somehow some of this thinking manifesting, coming back. Somebody says openly, imagine a leader like he says, if you vote somebody in the opposition, what will he bring for you? It is government distributing resources, not the individual. So it is wrong thinking for someone to say that when I'm voted on an opposite ticket, I cannot sit with another colleague. So to think that because when you are in the other party and not in the ruling party, you cannot cooperate and engage with those in the ruling party, I think itself is wrong. We do not have leaders who appreciate that we need to engage transparently. So, really, again, like, of course, many Ugandans, those in the ruling party and in the opposition party, seem to have accepted that the person of Mr. Museveni cannot be removed from office. They have surrendered. That is partly why members of the elite group, these professionals, the middle class, they have given up, saying no. And you have heard somebody saying, until when the dominant leader goes away, then we can reconsider our mind. There are many with that kind of thinking. Honorable Wanyoto also put it softly, which is definitely, of course, this is the reality, that let us forget about Museveni. He is in that advanced age. We should now look at the young people, which is definitely correct in the circumstance. But that one shows you how really we think that this man is a no-go zone. So we can do other things, but we shouldn't forget that this old man has a far-reaching influence to the extent of what we are seeing now. I think we have talked about it in our first presentation. So if you think that we sit somewhere and leave President Museveni somewhere, that he ends with it, it is not correct. That this man has far-reaching influence that can even go ahead to determine who succeeds him. Really, and they are right, because Museveni himself is not a product of democracy. Do you expect him to deliver democracy? He lost interest in the vote in 1980. He says, this vote cannot remove Dr. Milton Obote. And people think that now we can go to President Museveni and discuss democracy. Is it in his mind? And discuss how power can change from one president to another. And then we go out there, we run for elections. So much as we are engaging and preparing the other critical mass to develop a democratic mind, we should not lose reality that the man we think will deliver us to a democratic transition is not a product of that democracy. As opposed to Nyerere, I heard my professor here saying that the NRM tried to copy the example of CCM and so on. Nyerere was a man of a democratic mind. That's why he always took time to even evaluate his own decisions. And sometimes he would go against them. Because at one point, there were no parties in Tanzania under Nyerere. But when you look at the trend of things during the time of Ali Hassan Mwinyi, he came back and contested for the return of political parties. He said government was sleeping. Those of Nyerere, because of complacency, because of monopoly, they were desk leaders. So he led a crusade for the return of parties in Uganda, in Tanzania. So that's why we say this was a man of a democratic mind. That when he led up to some time, I think he led Tanzania for about 26 years, and he left. But now you have a man who I think is soon making 40 years. Not so? In power. In 2026, he will be 40 years in government. Somebody is saying elected. I've always used this metaphor as I conclude. You are Solomon Serwanja. If a man raped your mother and impregnated her, are you getting me? A man raped your mother and impregnated her, and you are the product of that rape, is he your father? Yes or no? So when you say, what is Museveni? Museveni raped Uganda, and here we are. Is he not our father? So if I hold you by the neck, say, please, beg for an excuse, are you going to refuse? Say, you kill me if you want, when they are strangling your neck. So my friend, President Museveni is a leader who should be treated differently, not this democracy we are talking about. I remember in 2001, he was on Radio Paida when he went to West Nile. The man said, he was asking, who is this Besigye? I'm hearing people are talking about Besigye. Who is Besigye? Who has known him? As if he has never seen him. Said, we defeated Obote by the gun. We defeated Amin by the gun. We defeated Tito Okello by the gun. Who is this Besigye to defeat us just by mere paper I put in a basin of water and it is no more? That is the leader you are talking about. So for his case, we can only pray that we have been there for this time, but let us not lose track that we need to prepare the ground. The overall responsibility of government is to create an enabling environment. Not this micro issues you are talking about, coffee agreement, what have you. This bail. This is not the overall responsibility of government. The work of government is to create an enabling environment, a just environment for this micro to thrive. So if you take pride that we have refrained the man from coffee agreement, are you sure? Are you sure that really it is put in the cupboard, it is burnt, it will never come? Are you sure? How many times has this bail matter re-emerged? That's why I said in my beginning that I have hope and belief that now many Ugandans seem to have woken up. That they thought this was a man of a democratic mind, of a just mind, who could be appeased and the time will reach, he would get surprised. What? Satisfied. But now we seem to be moving to the conclusion that, I think this was a wrong assumption.
All right.
And I'm happy when I hear the tone of Lydia Wanyoto. It gives me more hope.
That we should stop talking about Musevenism. Honorable Joab, thank you. It's your time to talk back. But before you talk back, I just wanted to read you what the Supreme Court said, perhaps. And so the Supreme Court of Uganda ruled that, because everyone has been asking, so what are these reforms are we talking about that were not implemented? I thought that they could core our conversation moving forward so that we can reflect back on them a little bit. So let me just cast a spotlight back. So the Supreme Court recommended that the time of filing and determining of a presidential election petition be increased from 30 days to 60 days. I think that was the first one. The second one is that the use of oral evidence in addition to the affidavit evidence to be accepted in court. The third one is time for holding a fresh election where the previous election had been nullified be increased from currently the prescribed 20 days. Then the use of technology in elections be backed up by law. Sanctions against any state organ or officer who violates provisions of the law with regards to access to state-owned media be provided. Election-related law reforms be undertaken within 2 years of the establishment of a new parliament. Laws be enacted to prohibit the giving of donations during campaign periods by all candidates, including the president, a president who is also a candidate. Laws prohibiting public servants from getting involved in political campaigns be made more explicit. Laws be amended to make it permissible for the Attorney General to be made respondent in a presidential election petition where necessary, and that the Attorney General be the authority to follow up with the Supreme Court's recommendations. In fact, the Attorney General was tasked to report back to court detailing the progress that would have been reached thus far within the 2 years from the date of ruling in 2016. It's your time to talk back. If you get the mic, can someone help me move the mic around? Somebody? All right. Great hands. We will take lady, gentleman, lady. I'll tell you something. So one day I was hosting a panel, and there were only men. The conversation changed. I think I was with you, Dr. Julius, on that panel. The conversation changed from the core of what we were discussing at that time, and that was the industrialization of Africa, to gender-based conversations. So I learned my lesson the hard way. So today I'm going to choose both female and men in equal measure. I'll start with you, sir, and then I'll get to you, madam, and then come back to you, sir. Any ladies anymore? Please do not, yes. Oh, yes to you, ma'am, and then, So let me start with you, sir.
Should create some ladies. Thank you, Solomon. Thank you, the organizers. I'm happy to be invited here. I'm Honorable Dr. Abbas Agaba. I have enjoyed this morning meeting members of the panel I'm very familiar with. Joab, thank you for the passionate history and comments. Honorable Mutende was my teacher in Chivuli, I think when she was standing, and the others, Council Mutembuli and all of us here. I'm happy to be here. I have just 3 comments and very brief ones. Number one, I like the idea that let's be realistic about what we are doing. We sometimes want to sugarcoat certain things. What is politics? Politics is a struggle for power. And what are political parties? Political parties are organized groups struggling or working to take power. There's no political party I know of on record that takes power to release. Every party wants to take power and keep it, and keep there. So the idea that there is a domineering party, a dominant party, NRM, and a dominant leader in the party, that's understandable. That's normal. Every party must be dominant because you don't want to take power and leave it. If you talk to parties that were in power and they have left power, you don't wish to ever leave power as a party. And in Africa, most dominant parties are made around individuals. Although also systems may help, but most times individuals make the dominant parties. Of course, circumstances may change a bit. What am I saying? Honorable Wanyoto made a very strong point that young people coming from opposition are coming into NRM and they are aggressive, they are argumentative, they put the party on tenterhooks. I was the founder chairman of the NRM Youth League. The point we are begging is, whatever the dominance of the NRM, whatever the dominance of the president, there must be internal debate in the NRM that generates ideas of where the party is going. Leave the issues of the birthday celebrations. I think the public has been waiting to see members of the NRM Youth League or internally in the NRM complain about the direction of the discussion. And since nobody has come up to complain about it, others have gone to court. It is normal for a party to be dominant. It's normal for leaders to be dominant. But there must be internal dynamics. There must be internal party dynamics happening such that they sharpen even younger people. There are many young people in the NRM that can put the NRM on tenterhooks, even more than the opposition. But they must be allowed to come up. They must be allowed to flow through such that there's internal debate in the party to create more leaders, to create alternatives. And that gets me to the second point. The Ugandan public is very gullible. And I think we are falling in the same trap. And you are dealing with President Museveni, who is very intelligent, really. Whether opposition or NRM, you must accept this. Every time our president goes out of the country, even when he's here, when he goes to speak, you see the intelligence in him. But he's very strategic. There was a time when in Parliament, and he nominated a cabinet, the cabinet that included my late friend, Honorable Alhaji Sebagar. Sebagar out, the other 2 fellows went on to cabinet. I don't want to mention their names. They are still around. They might. Then the next nomination of Alhaji Naduli, I think it was also intended to attract attention to divert debate. But Haji Nadulu was very sharp. Even in the committee, he spoke in Uganda. He told the honorable chairperson, please, I have fought for this thing. I've never gotten anything. This is my chance. They have seen me. Because the power is within the committee. The committee was so Miss Mary said, let the man be passed. Someone said, but you, Nadulu, you took the car of the district when you left being chairman of C5. The old man said, no problem. The car is there. It's the only thing I take, and I'm bringing it back. You give me this one, it's big. So that time, the focus, the way they had put the focus, somehow was treated well. What am I saying? The birthday celebrations are diverting you from the focus. The public do understand the President Museveni you are dealing with. Everybody is now birthday. Yes, people, hey, the serving army officer. The serving army officer should go through the formal system if he wants to express political ambition. That's okay. But don't lose sight. Don't get off. Where are we going? What is happening? The people, we have just been in school fees weekend. We are taking back children to school. Nobody's talking about how broke we have to take children back to school. Everybody is saying the birthday celebrations, there will be more and more. But let's keep our eyes on the bigger picture of where the country is going and how we want to get there. Thirdly, the issue of the electoral forms. There are many. That time when we were in Parliament, I used to be a member of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. As you put the Council on task to explain what he believes about the proposed reforms, it's a conflict of interest. He's the vice chair of the committee. Tomorrow he will be in the chair of the committee to discuss the same reforms when they are before him. But the point is, if government is not doing enough to have the reforms prioritized, the rules of Parliament provide for a private member to bring a bill before the Parliament. So let's not wait for the government to pick it up. And it's so interesting that when a private member picks up a bill, picks up amendments and brings them on the floor of the House, the government is supposed to come and give a position. It's embarrassing if the court has directed the Attorney General to follow it up and it's a private member bringing it. The government will pick it up. By the time when it picks up, that's when they make real commitments. Okay, government, we are agreeing with you. The private member has moved up this far. You are taking up the bill. What are the commitments? When are you coming back to us? What are you including? They do a roadmap on the floor of the House. So nothing is lost. If the government is not giving it priority, let the private member bring it, and then they will deal with it. Finally, again about it's tricky. Let's be realistic. It's leadership. Most of these leaders come to power with a very good heart. I saw how Council Mutemuri was becoming defensive about change of parties. That's normal in political party play. In Kenya, it's even worse. The Honorable, even you, everybody knows. If Muzei Kenyatta came back to Kenya and saw his son in another party, away from the one he started, I think he would be very disappointed. But that's how Kenya is. Muzei Kenyatta started KANU. His son is in, is it Jubilee or something? I think his son, the son of the current president, might be in another party another time. You know, at one time he was the only candidate. KANU now I think is with Gideon. They have also modified it. So change of political parties is strategic as long as you are aiming at taking political power. Really, it's normal, and we shouldn't have worries about it. But what is happening in Uganda is we don't seem to stand strong on what we believe in. These leaders take it as a risky position to stand with the people than to stand with the government. I have been there. Please let me tell you, and you hear me. When we were doing the age limit, lifting of the age limit, yes, we did consult. True, there are many areas you went to and they don't even want to hear. All they want is the president to stay. There are others where you went and they really wanted a change. There are people who fell victim of supporting the change of the age limit. Where are the people? I know of a colleague who were with him in Parliament. He was at Supreme Court that time. He went against the lifting. Then he lost his case in the Court of Appeal. He went for a by-election. The people who were supporting, hey, do it, yeah, we are with you. Where were they? The man went for the by-election and lost, and is now history. And you know, I like referring to that scenario because the president came for the election. He lost the appeal, the Court of Appeal. He came for election. He was still the NRM candidate. But I think now they had known that, you know, he's NRM, but he seems he may not stand with the NRM positions properly. You know what happened? Of course, the president went and supported him as the NRM candidate. Then he said, he made a very good statement. He said, this young man is our son, and we have mentored him. But he developed some kind of skewed eyes. Skewed eyes means amarali, endari, recently, political skewed eyes. But you give him, you vote him, you vote for him. To the people, it was like he was saying, he should end here, don't continue with him, bring another person. He lost the election. So there are many people like that who suffer because they take positions that might be assumed to be the positions of the people. We need to carry the populists with us. Civil society and others. I think we should do more work with the people. What they were talking about, that we have left the politics to the other group, our border people, our others. They are influencing opinion. And now with WhatsApp, with Facebook, with the social media, somebody puts up an opinion and it's like they have researched it. You know, on social media, everybody is a researcher. Everybody has a great opinion and they defend it. So we need to carry our people together. That when you oppose, Joab, I like your confidence. I don't agree with this. And the people should be able to side with you in disagreeing with it because you are the leader. But today you come and disagree with the Museveni, for example. Tomorrow you go back to Masidi municipality and say, hey, you Joab, we sent you an FDC, but we didn't send you to oppose Museveni. You leave Museveni alone. We need to do this mix as leaders. We carry the people with us in understanding things the way we understand them. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Yes, let's move the mic. Agatha. Let's give the mic to Agatha. You kindly introduce yourself and then we make the comment.
Thank you very much, Solomon. My name is Agatha Twaire. I am here on behalf of the Center for Constitutional Governance, CCG. And I put notes down. I hope I'll have time to go through the points I want to go through. But mainly, I would like to thank Emmanuel for the report. It was interesting. Also, the panelists. Honorable Mutembudi was my teacher at the Law Development Center. And he's a perfect demonstration of this country in two ways. One, that we have become a population of the end justifies the means. But two, that you have to be NRM or to identify or associate with NRM to get anything in this country. And it's not just a ticket or a chance to go to parliament. We have had these stories of your roads are not worked on because you sent me opposition, right? Haven't we? So that is what that demonstrates, that the man stands so many times on opposition and doesn't go to parliament, but the one time he crosses, he gets the big break. And I think I have a friend also from Bali who told me that. He's FDC, but he told me, I told my brother, stop standing on FDC ticket. And he changed and went to an NRM and also came to parliament. So yeah, I think now everyone who wants to go to parliament or get any position in this country knows what to do. The next point, yeah, but of course there are people like Honorable Joab and others who have gone that, but they are the minority. The next point I wanted to refer to the report, and it's mainly about what Emmanuel calls buying in of the NRM. And he said the word buy in twice when he said, one, that the civil society can't succeed in influencing reforms without the buy-in of the NRM. He also said it when he was talking about, I think, still, these reforms, both legal and political or electoral, can only happen with the buy-in of NRM. Yet he also said that even if it were him or anyone else in this audience, would never relinquish power. I wonder now how he thinks the buy-in will happen, because if we know that we have a party and an individual that want to keep holding power at whatever cost, how do we then expect that buy-in? And that also brings me to the question related to it, which is, with all that, the reality that we saw in that report, that you have a domineering party, a domineering individual who dominates parliament. He didn't mention, but we can say every other institution in this country. What remains then the relevance of civil society, for example? When we know that we can't influence changes, what remains the relevance of the opposition in parliament? We have had people ask the opposition, especially Dr. Kizza Besigye, many times. You say parliament has no relevance, has no use. Why do you keep sending people there? And it's a valid question. We should, I think, at this meeting, maybe address that. Maybe Professor Dr. Kizza can help us. What is the role that we can play even when we know that it might be inconsequential? The last one, I heard you talk about the Supreme Court decision in Amama Mbabazi's case. Was that right? And I wanted to offer you more information that when those recommendations were not implemented, some professors went back to court, very, very prominent professors of law, Professor Sempewa and Professor Juko, and took the Attorney General to court over contempt of that court. The case was still before that court, that no, the Attorney General and this government are in contempt because they have not implemented your decisions. And that court said, no, they are not in contempt. So don't even refer to that case, because the court is okay with how those resolutions have been acted upon or not acted upon, for that matter. Yeah, yes, that's what, that ruling is there. You can look for the Professor Sempewa, Professor Juko case versus the Attorney General. The last one was about the non-partisanship of civil society. I think you started it, Solomon, at the beginning when you referred to TDA. I think for you to talk about civil society in this country being partisan, you need to look at the role of civil society, because the main role of civil society is to ensure good governance. Now, if we have a government where there's no good governance or transparency that civil society wants to promote, how then are they not going to side with the party, entity, or individual that they think can, you know, remove that bad governance, whatever it is, what is blocking bad governance? So me, I think that non-partisanship in our case in this country, and they say that about us, you and I as journalists, because how do I remain partisan, I mean non-partisan, when I am thinking that this is wrong and I'm supposed to advocate for something X? Thank you.
Agatha, thank you very much for that. It's time for a gentleman. I'll give you, yes, you had the mic, and then I can bring in Honorable, the lady.
Thank you very much, Solomon. My name is Andrew Kizakaloya. I'm a former member of Parliament, Chagulu South, 10th Parliament, currently on sabbatical leave. I want to thank NDI and PPI for this engagement, and in particular I want to thank Emmanuel first for inviting me here, then his presentation. When we look at the roles of civil society, it is a very thin line that we can draw to differentiate what civil society is actually doing and doing it in a way that doesn't demonstrate political activism. Even the meeting we're having right now, others will conceive it in a way that you organized it, or PPI or NDI organized it, maybe to bash the president, maybe to bash NRM, maybe to give platform to opposition. So we can't draw a line to really tell the roles of civil society simply because the ruling party has designed it that way. It has put out the civil society as enemies of the state, I would say. So we really don't know how we are going to talk about reforms as civil society and not talk about the ruling party NRM and not talk about the president. How do you even come and say that let us leave the president out and talk about other issues? Which other issues are we going to talk about? We have to talk about the NRM, the current leadership came into government when I was only 8 years old. They started voting, or we started voting in 1996. And until now, we are still voting under the same leadership. Now we want to change what this leadership is feeling comfortable with. Are we realistic? Are we going to achieve it? Are we really going to say that we are going to make these people uncomfortable, they will accept it? And you're saying that we have a dominant party with a dominant leader, and you want us to go to the masses. One was suggesting that let's go down to the grassroots and do what there? We have to find ways of engaging the dominant leader who will influence the dominant party to change what should be changed. So when we come here and we talk about all these issues, or we have reforms, we need these reforms changed, unless maybe it will be divine intervention that the dominant leader will really look at these reforms as being good for the country, that we can only achieve that. I want to thank our panelists. Honorable Lydia talked about elites not being interested in voting. Maybe they know that their vote is inconsequential. Maybe they feel they can't change much. You see, these days, there is the saying of Tula Wotu Dosirike. You know, if you have your job, the moment you go down there and you're starting talking politics, then you might lose that job. We have spies all over the place. They will fight you in your business, they will fight you at your job. So why don't you just keep quiet, be on WhatsApp and ask, hey, Ania Sinze? After that, life continues, because that's what it is. So you leave it to these ones who are ready to be tear gassed, the border guys. You leave it to those other people who are willing to sacrifice. But this person who has his small income is looking at his family. He will even tell his children, Temugenda mo politics. Please don't join politics. Because it has been demonized to be on the opposition. They have talked about monetization of elections. How many elections have we seen so far? And where is monetization of elections very dominant? Isn't it in these days? Okay, I was not there during those days, and I don't know what took the president to the bush that time when he went, but it was something to relate with elections, not so vote rigging and things like that. So I think when we look at all these things, they are vices that have been created by the ruling government. When we look at not having parties in, Honorable Lydia again was saying that we don't have parties in Uganda. I agree with her, because it is a clear manifestation when we have Honorable Mtembele there, who said that he was in opposition for some time, then he switched to government so that he can now perform better. There is the old adage that says that if you can't beat them, do what? So he joined them, maybe serving his people better when he's in. We have seen other examples of people like him who are serving this country even at a very high position. Very, very high positions right now. But we have also seen those ones who have crossed from the NRM and are now in opposition because of what they feel is not right, but they can't change. It is very hard for someone to be like Honorable Job there, to stand his ground and say this is my position and stick to it, even when you lose elections. I will give one of my very good friends, Honorable Asman Basaliro. I was with him in Makerere. He was my guild president and I was his guild minister in charge of finance. He stood over 5 times. Immediately after Makerere, he went and stood. He lost. He went back, he stood, he lost. From 2001, he was losing. But he stuck to his party. He has now come to parliament as Jema, the only Jema candidate, the only Jema MP we have in parliament, and the only one that has ever existed anyway. He stood to his principles. He stood to his principles and said, no, I can cause change even when I'm in opposition. You understand? So I don't want to agree with Honorable Mtembele when he says that I had to cross over and serve you better. By the way, this is a piece of advice to you, Honorable Mtembele. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go personal. But maybe you have been in NRM for not so long a time to know the person you're dealing with. When you start thump chesting about the coffee bill, about the bail, it is not yet over. It is not yet over. The person you're dealing with rarely loses. So when you say, oh, we have defeated him on the coffee bill, we have defeated him on the bail issue, it is a matter of time. You're dealing with a very smooth operator who takes his time. He knows when to strike. And you just be patient. I want you to come back here and really prove to us that you really stood your ground on that. Honorable Joab said that Constitution doesn't mean constitutionalism. Who am I to disagree? Because this is a constitution that they are stepping, that we stepped, others are stepping, others will step. Change it in a way of convenience to the dominant leader, dominant party. When we have a constitution that can be changed to suit the situation, the current situation, maybe when you hear now that we want to go into parliamentary kind of system whereby the president is elected, you really see that nature is taking its course. When I'm tired and I don't want to move around, I will say, now let us have it here. Let us just have it here. And it will happen. So do we really have a constitution? A constitution we don't respect? A constitution that changes at will? A constitution that will change with the influence? Now when we say we have parliament, and we have over 300 members of NRM, when they go to caucus, I've been there. Honorable Tembele, listen to me properly. Issues don't change unless the principal wants them to. Issues don't change unless the principal wants those issues to change. No matter how loud you speak, eventually he comes out the winner. I want to conclude by saying this. A dominant party with a dominant leader. When we hear Honorable Lydia Wanyoto telling us that you leave issues of the president, leave Museveni out, let us talk about the youth. This is a youth time. This is a youth time, and we have people doing birthdays all over the place. Then there is an agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll give you an opportunity, lady, and then gentleman. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I came in a little bit late, and Solomon did me this service. He never introduced me, but for purposes of record, Kauma Sauda Alibao, the Oman MP for Iganga district, and there is a big team here from Igang.
Honorable, you're welcome. My apology.
Thank you. It's okay. Mine will be a small one. I just want to appreciate the panel in front there, especially the chairperson for the Women League, since we've just been celebrating the women last month. I like it when Honorable Lydia says that we should be real. It is really a critical point. Every one of us here should be real. We should stop lamentations, because everyone is unfair to themselves in one way or another in politics. Everyone would want power. Even the people who criticize President Museveni also want power. You find an MP not agreeing with NRM, not agreeing with President Museveni, but he or she also doesn't want to leave parliament. They've been there for so many years, so many terms. They also don't want to give leeway to the other people who stand. So I think every one of us should check themselves. That's my point, and like advice to every one of us here. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Ntemla, are you coming back next time?
Thanks so much.
You reply. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. I also want to add my voice to the rest of the speakers to commend Emma and the team for this generating this debate, and also the panelists. I have 3 short issues.
Introduction, your name?
Kayemba Patrick Gavamkulia, my names. a renowned activist and one of the architects of the previous reform agendas that were presented, that were actually kicked out because they were not favoring, I think they were not favoring the status quo. And I've been the district chair of Uganda District Local Government. Now, what we are talking about, I have two issues. One, Parliament, and the reforms. The reason for this research and the reason for this debate is to find ways how we can see governance systems, improvement in electoral reforms, see the light of the day. And we are now interrogating, how can we? Parliament is a very critical institution at the moment. Without it, we better stop talking about it. Parliament in its current form, is there a way? What strategies can we employ to ensure that Parliament, actually when you speak to many of these parliamentarians, they also appreciate, they say it is important to have reforms. When you engage them on one-to-one, they will say, oh yes. Because lack of these reforms affect them even individually. And they believe it is true. But when it comes to operationalizing and seeing its realization, everybody says, wait a minute. What does the dominant leaders say in this regard? And what I have seen, governance systems are actually based on the strengths of institutions. In Uganda, we have a state and a deep state and institutions that are occupying space and trying to narrow as much as possible other entities' space. I remember when one time Parliament was trying to be strong and to bite and to question and actually carry out its legitimate role. I'm not so sure whether the power that Parliament had then is the power that Parliament has now. This effort of narrowing space, reducing operating space, reducing the autonomy of institutions, does it give us hope? Do we see ourselves using Parliament? Yes, somebody talked about private members, private members bill. How many private members bills of this magnitude and sensitivity, where you need to get a certificate of financial from the state? I am a bit wondering how this can happen, and the reason for this debate is for us together to coin ways on how it can happen. Because we all need a sane Uganda. We all need a just Uganda for our benefits and benefits of our own children. The last point, somebody referred to the population. Let's go to the citizens. It's very, very, very sexy when you say it. Very nice. And everybody will see you living with the citizens and actually appreciating the role of the citizens. Which citizens are you talking about? When are the voters or citizens regarded important? Honestly, when? And which type of citizens are we actually talking about? My colleague has just talked about the running away from the citizens at the moment. Because in the previous elections, there seemed to have a seeming a resemblance of citizens wanting to talk, particularly when it comes to presidential and parliamentary elections. I think this has made the dominant party and the dominant individual a little uncomfortable. And we are now beginning the debate of having presidential elections done at parliamentary level. So I want a bit of more, to pick more knowledge and more brains from the panelists. Which approach can we use for the citizens to speak, and that when they speak, their speaking can actually be recognized
by the dominant
leader and the dominant party?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we clap for him? Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Rachel Magola, you're welcome. And then I will conclude with you, then we can get feedback from this side. Oh, yes, also as well.
Thank you so much for letting me speak now, because we really have to run. I just want to thank you for the invitation to this. And this happening shows that all is not lost. Because when we speak, every speaker who comes up seems to indicate that it is so bad, it's all lost, and it's not. My chairperson said something, the Women's League, Madame Wanyoto, and she said that we really need to be focusing on building a generation of people who will become leaders. We all have a responsibility to look in the future. If you can't do much now, have the spirit to know that if I don't do it, my children might be able to do this. And the civil society has come a long way in creating the environment to get the change we want to see. So I want to thank you all for all the effort you've done. Don't say, I think Emma said so much money has been put in this, and where are we so far? We are very far so far. Because what you've been able to achieve so far is making vibrations which can make a future with a difference. So I want to say, let's have hope in everything we do. In this country, there are years where you wouldn't see a building like this. And the resilience of Ugandans to survive under circumstances that you might think are impossible is evidence today that the country is moving on, even with all the troubles and issues that we feel are not going the way we want them to go. So hope and investing in a concrete foundation of a new generation of people who will have things to say that can change things. That is what I want to say, and that's what I'll leave the floor with. We have to have hope in the new generation who Professor has mentored. I am so impressed by what you say. You have a lot of, what can I put it? You gave us so much information today, which I know if we hear it more, we educate more younger people to understand that things are supposed to be this way. They might not be this way, but we can do this. We all need to be in this. And Honorable, I am so impressed. I'd never seen you, and we sit in the same parliament. But I am so, I'm so impressed by what you're saying. We need to work together. Lusoga have a saying, mwakana kuita kakuli ya iwoyo. Abaidio Lusoga mchitegeri. When you want something, sometimes you have to massage as you go towards what you want. That is the message for the civil society.
I am not so sure if Joab agrees with you of massaging, but Honorable Rachel Magola, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. We'll get just 1-2 people, and then we can come back and give some remarks. You're very welcome, sir. Oh, that side. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, the panelists. My name is Bira Kiwanuka Nasa. 4 short observations. The first one is to the lead researcher, Emma. in your assessment and conclusion about the dominant leader, did you assess this dominant leader as the leader who has successfully transited from being a leader to being an institution, or you assessed him as an individual? Because the two have direct governance implications. That now we have a leader who at the same time serves as presidency, the institution of presidency. And I think if you didn't analyze him that way, it is another area of research. Then to my sister, the chairperson of our dominant party. Don't you feel worried that we seem, in your words, we seem not to have political parties, but to have citizens' interests? Don't you think that this country is destined to a governance crisis? Especially where individual interests will normally dominate institutional or a country's interests. Because you gave a reference to the formations in Kenya, and here it's like, let me address my interests. So don't you feel worried, especially in the NRM, you being at the helm of our governance processes? Then I think again to Emma, my brother. In most of the conclusions, you were a little assertive on the fact that the civil society was a little bent to the opposition. I wanted you maybe to expound more again on this research, that the concentration of the civil society alignment to politics has always been at the apex. But during the processes, personally I participated in the compact. We were with the entire leadership structure. NRM, opposition, from the beginning in the consultations. And these NRM leaders greatly endorsed these proposals, I can tell you. I think what happened is, and I have been worried that in the parliament, maybe there is something. When these people reach parliament, I don't know what happens. I've been thinking my former teacher, Joab, has also moved there, but I think I seem to see what I've been seeing. There I think I'm a little... Finally, the political party we've called a dominant party, does it still possess the traits of a political party? Or it is a political company limited by shares? You know, these words sometimes they tend to imply, they seem to be the same but different. I am a private person, private sector person. And when you are interacting with shareholders, you behave differently. And when you're interacting with stakeholders, you also behave differently. Aren't we just smaller stakeholders in this political party as a country and as members of the NRM and as citizens? Aren't we just stakeholders when actually are not shareholders in this political company called the NRM? I thank you.
Very much. Yes, sir.
Can
we keep it within 1 or 2 minutes, and then we can have 2 more, then we can have feedback from this side.
Thank you so much, Solomon, and our panelists and colleagues here. For the record, Akugiziwe Aled Ronald, Member of Parliament, representing the people of Bururi constituency, Masinde district. Joab is my neighbor. He's from the municipality, and I'm from Bururi. And we have a big team from Masindi here. Maybe you wave a bit and, you know. Yes, others are from Masindi. When we talk about the reforms, the issues, really we need them. Why? I'm one person who tried and contested in the NRM primaries. In quotes, I lost. Came back as an independent and went through. when we went for the primaries, we were supposed to pay 2 million for the nomination. We came for the general elections, we were supposed to pay 3 million. I want to assure you I had failed to raise the 3 million. Thanks to, yes, people from Masindi know that. Thanks to my supporters who, in a way, you know, some 50,000, some 100,000, up to when we raised the 3 million. So just imagine the leader that the country was going to lose just because I could not afford the 3 million. So we really need to look into this and have this money revised. For the CSOs being partisan, non-partisan, we just have to remain on, you know, like someone said, what are we supposed to do? Let us do that. Such that even if someone comes out to say you are partisan or non-partisan, you will be like, no, look here, we are doing this and we are supposed to do it. We are doing this and this is what we are supposed to do. However, for the CSOs, we need to audit ourselves. Other than, you know, keeping on organizing these sittings, here we come, we talk and talk and talk. The question is, I'm very sure this is not the first time we are talking. These are not the first reforms we are pushing. My question is one. How many reforms have gone through? And if none, if 2 out of 10, why? And what do we do? To me, that is the most important thing. Otherwise, we shall come here, we talk and talk and talk and talk, and we shall not get anything. Then for the CSOs, I want to say we equally need to get ways of preparing the prospective leaders, identifying these leaders, and we try to, you know, train them, give them information. I remember when I was warming up to contest, I was told I need to take my UCE and USCE certificates to UNEB for, they call it certification, something like that. And I had to pay 600,000. Then when I went for nomination, they didn't even want them. So I had to lose the 600,000. How I wish. Of course, I want to thank RDP Uganda because they came in and, you know, in Masindi, they trained us. But of course, by the time they trained us, my 600,000 had already been chewed. I'm a former teacher, and you know what 600,000 means to a teacher. So, then the other thing is, we have talked about, you are talking about the teachers, yes. And my scientists, by the way, Serwanja, yeah. So, we have talked about the variance between those who vote for presidential and parliamentary vis-a-vis those who go for the local council elections. However, when you look at the percentages, even those who go for the presidential and parliamentary, it is still below average. If in the whole country you can only have 53% of the population of those who are registered turning up to vote for the MP, to vote for the president, we are not safe. So as we try to look at the variance, let us equally look into the reasons why people have lost interest in going to vote for their leaders. Even at the other level where we are saying many people turn up, 63%. When I was teaching and you score 63, that is a credit for, not a distinction. So we really need to look into some of those things. However, all in all, we all have a stake in making sure the good things remain, and those that we feel are not good, we work together to make sure we improve them. Other than, you have failed to do this, you have failed to do this. Whenever you say, I have failed to do something, the question will be, what have you done? And it's not only standing to, you know, talk and, you know, the issue is, as you talk, where are the allies? Who are those people you are allying with to make sure you get the change that you are looking for? And I think that's where some of us go wrong. You keep talking and talking and talking, but you get nothing. So, thank you very much. And
Thank
I
you.
want to appreciate each one of us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Greatly appreciate you. I've been informed that there are people this side who I can't see. So I think it's only fair that We see them. Yes, we'll have you and you. Ma'am, let's start with you and then you. There was also a hand there. Then you can give me an opportunity to give it back because we are really running out of time.
Oh,
You're welcome.
we have lobbied for this. Thank you very much. My name is Esther Chazike from Kawempe Division. I represent an organization, youth organization in Kawempe. After serving young people for about 23 years, I entered politics last year. So I also represent the women in Kawempe. My question is a small one. It's about what Honorable Lydia mentioned about engaging young people. Let's prepare the young people. My question is, how can CSOs in this shrinking civic space, how can CSOs engage youth in these civic programs and many others without being seen as partisan? Even when we know that youth is the biggest percentage in Uganda, how do the government, for example, want CSOs to engage these young people?
Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping it under a minute. Oh, yes, you're welcome.
All protocols observed. My name is James Opito, the Executive Director of Gulu NGO Forum. I appreciate the submissions from all the members of the panel. And my concerns are in about 3 areas. First, on the electoral reforms, I would think that we want to add a comment on that presentation, that basing on the kind of work we did in observing the past elections, we think we actually need to do the local council's elections first and then the presidential later, on 2 grounds. If we are looking at how power is derived from the people, we wouldn't want to see a situation where, even family is the basic unit, and I believe that Uganda's basic unit should be the village, and that's where power should be derived first. And I think that in that context, local government election would rather be held first, so that then the presidential election is held last. In that, we wouldn't lose the energy in the entire process, because everyone would participate in the local government elections to show the kind of legitimacy they would accrue at the top level. I think that is something that we have observed, and I think that we would need to have some further analysis on that. Secondly, I think in the presentation, when we were talking about the political economy, there is the other enterprise that we fail to talk about. We know that Uganda embraced privatization during the structural adjustment program, and I believe we began to see the wave of corruption growing. And I think we missed the debate about corruption. In Uganda, there is this thing about the Njabolo. What do I get out of it? Mfunirako wa, that kind of thing. And corruption has become some form of cooperation. I want to register a title for my land, but then my application delays, and somebody's believing I've not talked so well. Maybe I chose to talk only through the letter, but I need to talk economically through the pocket to push my document to go through. And this cuts across the entire system. So it's more or less like an enterprise of corruption. This form of cooperation is something that I think we miss to see in the debate. And in that context, how do we fight this indelible disease called corruption? Yesterday we saw in the panel during the UBC discussion when Mr. Honorable Ogwang was talking about his experience monitoring the government programs. And it was clear that how he wished those who were implementing government programs didn't chew 90%. How he wished they chewed just maybe 10% in form of, say, maybe the struggle to administer the whole government programs. But the experience is 90% of the entire remittance on government programs is being chewed. Now, this is still a pseudo growth on corruption. And the question is, how can we fight this disease called corruption. We have all the local government representatives in place. We have our parliamentary legislators in place. And we have even the offices of the RDCs in the districts. And we have the different ministries. That means we are not doing enough. And the question is, as Ugandans, do we think that the dominant leader in the dominant party will be the solutions to the problem? Or we should take the path of us building institutions and systems that put the leaders at every moment we want the change to happen? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll give the mic there, and then there's a gentleman who was in a jacket. You'll be the last one after. Yes.
Thank you very much, Solomon. My name is Primus Bahiji, and I work for the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy. Thank you very much, Chitamiriki. But I just want to make a few comments on the research. But I want to begin by observing that I believe there is a critical prayer we are missing in the room when we begin dialoguing and talking about democracy. And for me, this critical prayer is the private sector. When we talk about financing of elections, what is the role of the businessmen and women? Where do these politicians run to pick the resources to inject in the money? And how do the politics eventually influence the business sector within the government? How about the contractors who take the contracts at district and national level? I have participated in elections, and I believe they have a critical role as key stakeholders in directing where the elections and the politics of any nation end up in. I have an experience. In 2007, I was in Nairobi. I was a student. And at the heat of the elections between Mike back then and Raila Odinga, they organized dinner. And the plate of food was going for about 1 million Kenyan shillings, which was about then close to 24 million Ugandan shillings per plate of food. And eventually the business community played a critical role in shaping the outcome of that dialogue when there was a power sharing agreement between Raila Odinga and Mike back then when he became a prime minister. So I believe as we talk about reforms, we need to engage the private sector, specifically the business community, in these discussions. Then of course he speaks about the political parties and the financing of political parties. I work with political parties under the iPod strongly, and we have also been doing capacity building for political parties. And one of the conversations coming in is that the current method of sharing money based on numerical strength does not work, because you have a JEMA which has one member of parliament also wanting to have administrative engagements as a party. And then you have NRM which has 300 plus. So what they are saying and what they are advocating for, and maybe America, you might need to do more investigation on that, is can they have a basis of where they say for all political parties, the administrative costs are equal, and then you can talk about the numerical strength. Because at the end of the day, if I have one member of parliament, I may not, and you give me based on that, I may not be able to run my administration. Because for any party, it needs an office, it needs administrators, it needs some kind of mobilization. So the numerical strength as a method has not been able to be sufficient, and political parties are speaking about that. Then the whole question of political parties, we've been speaking, Honorable Wanyoto spoke about the non-existence of political parties. As a young man and reading from the history, the citizens used it to contribute to the development and the growth of their political parties. Where has that culture gone? How do we expect to hold political parties accountable when we go there as beggars And we are saying political parties should fund us, should fund our campaigns, and as citizens, we are not funding and building these political parties by contributing to their growth. Where we have leaders, the other day I had a leader of DP saying he fundraised for his campaign. So if I fundraise for my political party as a leader, will you, the people, the citizens, hold me accountable? Where has the culture of contributing to these political parties gone? Lastly, I believe that the future is going to lie in dialogue and conversations as a citizen. And dialogue is going to be on the critical issues that are affecting citizens without fear or favor. If it is a dialogue about the quality of public services, we should be able to state it. If it is about the dialogue of building a national army that is non-partisan, we should be able to state it. If it is about the dialogue of building a credible electoral system, whether you are in a dominant party with a dominant leader today, tomorrow it may not be the case. And as citizens, we are tired of where a party loses power and the leaders run into exile. We should be able to come together, dialogue, and build a Uganda that works for us and an Africa that works for us. I thank you.
Very much. You will have the final say, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Patrick Muzinduki. We are working with the KRS Uganda, based in Fort Porto. We have been in this debate for over 15 years. 2006, 2011, 2016. But somehow I'm posing to think deeper. The Supreme Court is making recommendations. A lot of discussions are being held. But each time we finish the elections, the country seems to move normally. The question is, what are the risks? What is it that we are putting on the table to Ugandans that indeed when we don't have these elections, something terrible is likely to happen? Why are we debating ever after 5 years? We come back to the same table and debate. But these Ugandans are actually looking at us. Where is the risk? How does it affect? Why are we talking about them? And when they are not implemented, things move normally. Do we actually go deeper to see why does the government not implement them? Possibly, they are not a necessity. They are just being looked at as a luxury. The elites are coming and discussing. We need to think deeper. Are there certain risks or dangers if these laws are not put into place? I will also briefly talk about the issue of dominance and for a leader. First of all, the presidency is given all these powers of appointments. That means by design, that dominance is inherent within our laws. But two, look at how does the political party get this dominance. You know, I used to debate with the Primus. Who has the power? You know, all MPs here, including LS5, including councillors, they go back to kneel for votes. Yes. You even go to the extent of putting in money, buying. Have we actually tried to think deeply? At the time of casting the vote, do we see everyone being put on a gunpoint to take a candidate of their choice? Actually, possibly we're missing a point. This person, whether it is 50%, whether 70%, they will come in numbers and they will cast a vote for someone. What is in their mind? How do we get them on board? Actually, what you are talking about dominant party, it can be changed. Why is it that NUP in Uganda is dominant? Why are we not talking about it? The whole thing is that there is some power center somewhere which brings that dominance. And once that dominance comes to parliament, I have to tell you, everyone would want to enjoy it. Whether it is NUP, whether it is FDC, they would want to enjoy the benefits of that dominance. And they will keep laughing at you. They have the numbers. You know, Honorable Yusuf was talking about it very clearly. They have the numbers. If you cannot go and talk to them politely, then you lose. Now, we'll just end with the Honorable Yusuf. Why do people want to associate with dominance? Is it because they love that dominance so much? Actually, the issue of survival. Yes, you either fear or you are an opportunist. You want actually to see some benefits coming to you. Because we are seeing even the current debates that is going on, people are calculating the risk. What am I losing if I don't join? But also if I join, what am I going to get? So they are calculative. Uganda is about survive. At the end of the day, you will see a lot of popularity and all that, but people are so calculative. He may not say it here, but inside his heart, he knows that I'm better off than when I was in FDC. Thanks very much.
In the Democratic Party. Thank you. Thank you for talking back. Thank you for your views, everyone. I'm just going to give an opportunity to my panel to respond to some of your issues. Unfortunately, I'm not sure they can respond to everything, but your contributions have really been captured. And I'll give an opportunity to my panel to, I'll give each of the panelists at least 3 minutes to really rush through their cores, and then we can have this panel discussion concluded, and then I will invite Emmanuel to come and close this event, then we can break off for lunch. You're welcome, Honorable Joab.
Yeah, thank you very much for that feedback. I want to say that really some Ugandans would love to see a just country, a democratic country, where talents are at play. But unfortunately, some of what we are picking here and outside are becoming roadblocks. And the last discussant has put it plainly that Ugandans are in a survival mode. I want to agree with you 100%. So before we look at the country, before we look at an enabling environment that is fair, just, transparent, where talents can be harnessed, it is about survival for the fittest. That's why you can see, I don't want to repeat the same thing, but leadership is a calling, I believe so. And when you are really called to be a leader, you should stand by what you believe in and think is the right way to go. Even this dominant leader you are talking about, Yoweri Museveni, if he was not convicted by his own beliefs, he would have got lost on the way. Because there were opportunities for him. For example, in 1980, this man was nominated to be a minister of cooperatives. For him, he said, I can only be a minister of defense. Sort of that, I'm not with you, Dr. Milton Obote. And he went to the bush. So he knew what he wanted right from the start. Do Ugandan leaders know what is best for them? Or they would rather have something small than lose it all? You see? So if you are a leader, you are a torch bearer, you are a vision bearer, you are the light of the broader society, you must stand for what you think. By the way, hey, you might think that whoever, I'm a member of parliament, I'm an honorable member, and you think really I deserve the title. There are some who don't deserve the title. They are just there for survival. Because if you are a leader, you must stand by what you believe in. You light the torch and say, this is where we should go. But leaders are becoming followers instead of being pace setters.
A leader does not follow the crowd. A leader pulls the crowd. If Jesus Christ followed the crowd, there would be no Christianity today. Many Jews rejected Jesus. They abused Jesus. But Jesus did not join the drunkards, did not join the witch doctors. He stuck and said, this is the right way to take. And many people today confess that they are Christians. We want to see leaders of that nature. To say that the so-called dominant party, even me I'm saying, as leaders, we have failed to play our part. I really don't want to overblow my trumpet, but I want to think that when you stick to what you believe in, the people we lead are not fools. These peasants you see are very wise people. If you commit to educate them, they can understand. But we are giving up. We want quick fixes as people have gone to school. Quick fixes. You see, where did the President Museveni start? President Museveni, even before 1970, he was already in the political arena, doing what people thought was an impossibility. Don't we learn from that, even if we don't like him? Like me, I don't support him. But there are things that I learn from him. And I don't support him just for the bad. I cannot have a human God. That's the reason why I don't support him. Huh? Masindi Bunyoro was predominantly NRM. I have never gone to the USA, I have never gone to India. I have been in Masindi. The people have delivered me to parliament without a gun. So as leaders, we should commit to tell the people and to do what is right, what is fair, that we shall tell our grandchildren about this country. So we are saying, of course, there are many people who are in the civil society, and they are hiding under the notion that civil society is neutral. There is no neutrality between the devil and the God. There is no neutrality. You cannot say you must be in the middle position when the matter is about the devil and the goodwill of God. No. And we must not be perennially partisan. You say, for me, I'm this side. That's why I was telling my colleague. To be in the FDC, for example, does not mean that you should not cooperate with somebody in the NRM. Does not mean that your conscience should not be supported with the development projects because you are the other side. Then we shall not be grooming democracy. We shall not be allowing political pluralism to grow. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are many people who are in the civil society. Let us be issue-based when we come to advocate for justice. If the issue is fair for the country and is led by NRM, let us be with them. If the issue is unfair and is led or is fair, is led by the opposition group, let us be there to support them. So our involvement should be issue-based. But also, when you are talking here, I'm seeing a lot of feeling that you really want things to change. Can we leave the bread? We leave these environments and go to identify with the suffering people in the countryside. They will learn us, they will accept us, and we shall come to deliver this country to a better position. So I really just wanted to conclude on the issue of, maybe on that. You very well know that every government, both in history and in practice, is held and maintained by members of the middle class, where you fall and where the business community also does what? Falls. This dominance is because that class has not played its role. That's why Honorable Member here was saying that you cannot do business, you have a small job. Life is about choices. What do you treasure most? If you treasure your job, you treasure the education of your child more than Uganda, for you may struggle and survive. But will your children have similar traits to survive in an unfair environment?
Yeah.
Like, for example, many people have questioned, if President Museveni was a child today, do you think chances of him even going to school would have been high?
Honorable, thank you.
So you might be there consoling yourself, my job, my children, my whatever. My friend, the children you are raising might not have the same abilities to navigate these hard waters. So we had better come back on the drawing ground, invest our human resource. I know in this country where many people have stood and come to parliament as unopposed, like those ones who think they are coming from NRM strongholds. No, they are not NRM strongholds. They lack philosophers. Those places lack philosophers. They lack leaders. So you stand 7 people, NRM ticket. One goes through. Then he goes for final nomination, either with an independent or unopposed. If you are an NRM and you have lost in the primaries, then why do you go as an independent? If really it is the party that matters. That's why I said, is it about, I want to conclude by agreeing with him. I did not want to become antagonistic about a party to which I don't belong. But if you look at this NRM, is it really a party? Is it a party? The party is captured. One man is saying, you be Secretary General, you be this, and they are recruiting branch managers in different districts, and there is a general manager. So, what is a party? A party is about people of same objective, same ideas, same beliefs, which they amalgamate. But now where you say that, for you, you are untouchable. The other day I was telling members of parliament when they were going for NRM caucus, you are going to meet your God. Said, my friend, what do we do? What do we do? That's why the other former chairman is saying, what members of parliament speak in the open is not what they speak. No, it's not what they speak in private. What they speak in private about governance issues are not what they speak in the what? In the open.
Okay.
But I'm hopeful that with this trend of mindset change coming in, both from the NRM and the opposition, all is not cast in the stone. Because now we have trusted a man, people have appeased a man who cannot get what? Appeased. How I pray that trend continues for people to realize, this man has a hump. If we are to sleep in the same bed, we must carry the what? The blanket. I think you know that saying there.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Businge Joel Baboli from the Forum for Democratic Change. He is indeed the Member of Parliament for Masindi Municipality. Thank you so much. Dr. Julius Kiza, you have the floor as you wrap up.
Thank you very much. As a Mwalimu, I want to appreciate all the great ideas that you have shared. Thanks to a very tolerant chair of the session. And thanks for the research paper that triggered this conversation. So I've taken notes actually. For me, this is a research event, picking ideas on the subject matter. I will not respond to other comments. Please allow me to just pick some, because there were so many interesting points being raised. Honorable Abasi Agaba raised so many things, but I want to clarify this notion, the notion that Ugandans are gullible. Please, let's be a little kinder to our citizens. I have heard this, and I think it is the journalists who have marketed this idea to influence our elites to say that our fellow citizens are gullible. that I think we need to be a little kinder. What we need to appreciate is that the ruling elites have never renounced their guerrilla war ideology. They continue to function as guerrilla fighters. They draw their inspiration, their ideological inspiration, from the Russian military doctrine, which talks about maskrovika. Maskrovika is a Russian word for masquerading. They masquerade. What they say is not what they mean. What they mean is not what they say. And this maskarovik is many of our people trust. You see, if a leader in high post has told me, it must be true. So we are calling them gullible because we are not doing our job to educate them that not everyone in office, not every duty bearer is telling you what they mean, nor do they mean everything they say. So in other words, it is your job and my job to be able to educate our people that we are having an elite that has never renounced their guerrilla war ideology. Now to Agatha Atuheire, now I really want to appreciate your submissions. Thank you for being polite but firm. As a teacher, I don't like learners who agree with me all the time. I want people who will cause me to think harder. That way I grow. I know that as in my political theory classes, Plato tutored Aristotle, but Aristotle did not agree with Plato on all things. And I know very well that Obama tutored Joe Biden, but Joe Biden does not agree with Obama on everything in matters of presidential governance. And I know very well that President Museveni was tutored by Obote, but he doesn't agree with Obote on everything. So the way we grow democracy and deepen democracy is to keep alert and to exercise our citizen agency. So I thank you, Agatha, for being firm and for submitting your points, even though they appear to contradict your mwalimu. Now, Agatha asked me a straightforward question. What role can we play as civil society or as political parties? We're not clear. What role can we play even if what we are doing might appear inconsequential? And I think you mean inconsequential in the short run, isn't it? Now, this ties up with the main subject of what I was officially asked to come and talk about. In other words, what is it that, in what ways can civil society actually be more effective in promoting the political conversation in town, but also political reform? I am proposing the following. Number one, it is extremely important for us to appreciate that democratization is a process, not an event. Chairman Mao Zedong of China argued, and I think it is still true, that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. In other words, if we are operating in a political space where we do have dominant actors, we need to have a long-term perspective. I think it's a mistake for civil society in this country, but also political parties, to think that if I run for an election once and lose, second and I lose, then I'm not electable. No. In politics, elections are supposed to allow you to test the ground, whether you win or not. And I want to let us know that victory delayed is not victory denied. John Howard in Australia, where I was studying, lost elections almost 8 times, but then he won and then kept in office much longer than many others. I don't want to remind you that even President Museveni lost an election. I don't want to tell you the year. I don't want to remind you. But the point is that if you have decided to invest your energies, your brains, your efforts in politics, remember that victory delayed is not victory denied. I quickly want to add that we need to learn from those we agree with, but also those we don't agree with. I like the Honorable here who says, look, the fact that I'm not NRM doesn't mean I can't learn from NRM. Yes, we can learn from everybody, even those we disagree with. And that, in a sense, enables us to build mature politics. It enables us to say, look, I don't belong to your party, but I agree with you on point X, Y, Z. So that way we are able to say, look, can we gradually develop things that unite us as Ugandans? Therefore, I'm challenging us to divert our attention as a matter of priority on things that unite us as Ugandans. Why wouldn't we, as civil society, as the party in power, and the party, the people power party. Now, this is confusing. There's a party in power and the people power. The people in power hate the people power. That's confusing. Okay. Okay, the point is this. Can we begin a conversation where we say, look, there are certain things as Ugandans that unite us? Is there anybody who will doubt if we talk about quality education for our children, boys and girls? Is there anybody who would say, I am questioning your point when you say healthcare, you're going to favor yellow or blue or red? Healthcare for all Ugandans. I saw some of you driving in a terrible jam this morning, and I've seen some of you several days. Some of you have a bald head like me, in a jam, stuck. Wouldn't we agree that we need better infrastructure, broader roads, that we need to revive the Uganda Transport Company, which was killed by us, the elites in office? The Uganda Transport Company used to provide urban transport. We never had taxis when I first stepped in Kampala in the early 1980s. No single taxis, no single boda. Now, the Bazukuru here, I want you to note, don't normalize the crisis that you are seeing around you. It is historically created and can be removed. There is no, I've traveled by divine grace across the world. I've never seen a city which has a larger population of motorcycles than Kampala. Even though our population is less than 4 million in Kampala, there is no space for borders in the urban space. Now, can't we have a conversation on that? I know for the start there are some people like Lukwago who would say these are my voters. But can't we begin a conversation to say, look, we are not saying border riders go and die. We are saying, is there a useful way of reskilling these border riders into bricklayers, people who can build roads for us, people who can build schools and hospitals, deploy them in Karamoja to build institutions for us, rather than, yes, and I'm serious, we can reskill these people, and we have the money. Yes, we have, don't we? We do have the money. What is missing, I think, are the ideas. So the point is that if we said we are tired of losing 16 mothers dying during childbirth every day, this is every day, killing more than COVID, can't we generate a conversation? Can't we generate a conversation and consensus on the standard gauge railway? Why are these young men in Kenya building good infrastructure, and here we are saying we are not in a hurry? Ours is steady progress. Even when we appear to agree, we have agreed to revive the colonial gauge, the old colonial gauge, and yet we pretend in the East African community to be champions of East African integration. My friends, now listen. There are going to be interoperability costs moving from a standard gauge Kenya, standard gauge Tanzania, to move onto the narrow thing of Uganda. And you are blocking our youth who want to get jobs in Mombasa, in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Dodoma, in Dar es Salaam, in South Africa. You, the elites in office, are blocking the job opportunities for our youth. Can't we agree on these kinds of conversations? These are not partisan. These are issues that affect all of us. Can't we agree that we need better skilling? TVET gets less than 5% of the Ministry of Education and Sports budget. TVET. And yet we need skills. Even where you are being told TVET is being revived, what are we emphasizing? Hairdressing, tailoring, the pedestrian skills which are not suitable for the digital economy. How about training? Do you know that your vehicles are being spoiled by artisans, mechanics who land under the tree? They spoil your electronics vehicles. Thank government, they are forcing you to buy only newer versions. The mechanics don't know how to fix them. So you're spending more money. So what I'm saying is in our own enlightened, selfish interest. You and I, the elites, you and I must cause a better conversation on things that we agree upon. And so generating consensus on these will enable us to know, look, there's a better quality of politics we can begin in this country. If we agree on 6 out of 10 points, and we say, look, this is blind to party identity. As Ugandans will say, yes, this one we agree. Now we negotiate the remaining. Politics is about negotiation. It is about agreeing where you agree and then negotiating where you disagree. And sometimes you have to do a give and take. That is politics. And if you are not ready for that, then you are in the wrong space. Very finally, I think very finally, now we have talked about this dominant leader. My friend is asking the question, is the leader the one who is dominant, or the leader metamorphosing into an institution? My friends, I'm a student of government. We have done a study on political institutions in this country. I want to identify with a colleague, I think it is Gavamukulia. Gavamukulia, what an interesting name. Who says that we need strong institutions. You cannot deepen democracy without strong institutions. No way. We need a strong constitution which will stand the test of time. I read some article of one interesting journalist that the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is only a few years old. It has had more amendments, more defilements than the US Constitution, which was framed in the 18th century. What does that tell you? Namely that we don't have a firm consensus on our Constitution. And yet we need a strong Constitution so that it can tame us as individuals aspiring for political office. If we are stronger than the Constitution, then our democracy is weak. The second important institution we need to be strong is a strong parliament. Not one that works as a lame walking stick of the executive. But the third strong institution is the executive. I don't want to identify myself with people who want a weak executive. I think a weak executive is a liability. You need a strong executive. The only problem with us is that we are used to two variants of strong executives. First is the traditional monarchy. Kabaka taddiwamu. Omukama tagarukuwamu kalimi. Kabaka yogedde. Even when the Kabaka grabs your newly acquired wife, you say, Kabaka wangara, Sabasajja. Asimye. Nzani eswani jaliramu. Nange jenaliridemu. So this notion that the monarchical power cannot be challenged is deeply embedded in the communities where monarchies existed. But the second variant of the authoritarian ruler we have had is one who says, look, this constitution is just a piece of paper. How can a full revolutionary, succumb to a piece of paper? So these are problems we have had because of our history, but I wish we could begin a conversation on how to build a better dispensation beyond the current story, beyond the current Malaysia. I want to quickly add that I would also want to see a strong judiciary which will stand on its feet and adjudicate matters of law and justice without fear or favor. We also need strong political parties. And this is where I want to let you know, unfortunately, that we don't have a single strong political party in this country. Not the opposition, very fragile, lame walking sticks. Not the party in power. The party in power gives the indication of strength because of what we call incumbency advantages. But it's not strong. We did a study and we're asking the question, where does your financing come from? Simple question. One, they hide, they don't want to tell you where the money came from. And then a few, when you speak on a one-to-one, they say, but you know our party chairman is the executive. And the Minister of Finance passes the budget on behalf of the president. Now that's the indirect way of telling you, look, don't question where our finances come from. But to the extent that they identified funding outside the treasury, the main source of funding are businesses. And which are these businesses? Crony capitalism. Those that got contracts, public tenders, to do public works, to do schools, to do hospitals, and then they are now giving back in the expectation that money will come back in form of contracts. Now that strength is not durable. So you and I have to work for strong, vibrant political parties, whether the party in office or those in opposition. Because without strong institutions, we are in trouble. Can I end by talking about this issue? Power. Which space should we use to enable citizens to speak to power? I think this is a question from my sister, I guess. What spaces should we use? And I'm ending with this one. The honorables are here to fill the gaps which some of us may leave. Now, which spaces do we use? I want us to appreciate that political power is not just in the office of the president. Public power is not just in the office of the president. We make a mistake as civil society, but we also make a mistake as political parties when all our focus is on the presidential elections, presidential office, presidential directives. There are lots of other spaces where we can build a momentum for transformation. And one of those is in our village. How many of us go to our village council meetings to say, look, this village is dirty. Can we nominate a day in a month and clean in our environment? You and I can put on gloves and join the community. Rwanda style. Rwanda style, yes we can. How many of us have tried to help a district, no, maybe before we come to a district, a sub-county formulate a bylaw that stops underage marriage, a bylaw that stops our Pokot girls from undergoing female genital mutilation. But do you know that you have the power, sub-county, and push it through the district and make a council ordinance, the district ordinance? I'm not saying it's going to be soft, because for the ordinance to gain effect, it has to be approved by the Attorney General. But how many of us have tried those spaces? Even to, if you make a phone call, you say, I'm the leader of I'm the chief whip, and I'm calling you over this ordinance which came from this district, but it appears it is not leaving your chambers. How many of us have tried this? So we keep complaining about poor education, no ordinance. Poor health care, no ordinance. We talk about ineffective local government, we have not tried. So I'm sorry, I didn't come to give a lecture. I'm trying to say that there's this thing called citizen agency, meaning that you and I, kuna sababu, kuna uwezo, kuna njia. Ama sivyo? Yes, so if we wake up, there is a lot of space in us. We have been absent. So finally, I want to remind you, a vacuum is not necessarily empty of air. It means you made yourself absent. I want to let you know that this claim that the president is a dominant leader of a dominant power, this is my last submission. Asiye kuwepo na lake halipo. Do you want your share as a citizen? Occupy your space through citizen agency, through networks, through the digital platforms you occupy, and you'll see improvements happening in our community. Thank you very much. I submit.
Asante sana. Tunashukuru sana kwa hizo discussions. By the way, naongea Kiswahili kizuri. Sidanganyi. So Mwalimu Julius, tunashukuru sana. Tumesikia vizuri, tutafanya kama like I liked what you said of I am the state and the state is me. L'État c'est moi. Every lesson always has that thing you go out with. Mine is L'État c'est moi. I want to post it. How do they say it? L'État c'est moi. Thank you, Mwalimu. Lydia Wanyoto, you have the mic. Ma'am.
I would like to thank our colleagues for having delved into the issues that came from the audience. And for the audience, thank you for all the comments. It meant you are listening and that you came engaged. We appreciate all the comments you made. I will raise a few issues which are much easier than the difficult ones. We'll go to Honorable Mutembule. So that we share the burden. I just want to talk about our country, because I've also had the privilege to work in other African countries that have leaders and they have all these big names you've heard and words. In Uganda, you can actually live without working. You can wake up in the morning, you go and say hello to Honorable Mutembule, you eat cassava. You eat cassava with him in the garden, and then from there, you go for a burial. You go for a burial, then there is a burial, then after that burial, there is food there. Then you can also go to a talk show in the evening. We have so many FMs. You go and talk on there is a tea in every talk show in our villages, these community radios. Then you go home and sleep. It is possible. But you can actually board a bus. If you get some little money from Honorable Mutembule, you have a smartphone, whatever, you can come to Kampala. You can come to Kampala if you have a relative, and you go and live with your relative. Kenyans do not keep relatives. You cannot go to Nairobi from Kitale and look for your Luyan relative. The culture is different. You have to work and earn your ugali. They don't even cook every day because they save energy. Kenyans cook over the weekend, or they eat out because it's cheaper, ugali and meat. Or they pack the food and cook once. They cook once, then they pack food, little food for lunch every day like that. So we have a comforting country. I don't know whether they're getting me. And that's part of our mindset. People talk about a struggle in word, but the real struggle, I came here to talk the reality. My colleagues, some of them have talked the ideal. I would like to request the researchers to help us unpack the difference between mobilization and organization, because they are different, but they work so much in governance. Mobilization and organization. In politics, the future of any political personality or group belongs to the organized. Belongs to the organized. You can mobilize, but if you're not organized, so I hope that those are some of my parting shots. But where did I get this from? So many years ago, the late Chirunda Chive Jinja, they were one of the first elite of those pre-independence Uganda. But they were fragmented, they were disorganized, until a young man called Museveni and a few others came. So these people lent them the power because they had been there, they were more older, but they're not organized. So he kept telling us before he passed on. Every generation or every team, in my time I was also a leader in Makere days. People talked about being leaders here. But when you leave and enter like student leadership, what are your next steps? What are your struggles? Do you just go look for jobs and work? Do you want to take power? You have to organize. That is something that I've never forgotten. And he wrote, before he died, he wrote some books. So if you want to appreciate mobilization and power struggle, you may want to go and read the stories of Keke and how they lent power to a more organized group who are younger and have ruled Uganda for coming to 40 years now. I'm telling you reality. The second issue is I would like to invite you, the researchers, to read our periodic Uganda map, poverty map. We have a periodic map that shows the poverty indicators in our country. They draw for you the map and they say here is the percent, how many bokedi, ankole. I appreciate why a country that was born in 1962 has variances of poverty indicators. If you understand the things, because there is a direct relationship between poverty, leadership, dominancy, and big power. Because Museveni was never born a powerful man, I'm sure you know this. But how did he become powerful? And how did he create a perception of a powerful party? And I'm living here happy because we've been saying we fight each other too much, we are weak. Kumbe we are strong in the perception of the minds. So I'll have lunch today because I think we are still around. I was beginning to have issues internally. You know, when you are looking into yourself, you don't know what's behind, but I've got good feedback that at least I can smile, that we are still a bit strong. So I want to talk about the youth. The problem we have, I think, not a problem, maybe the challenge we have, is to look at people who are in power and you begin complaining or lamenting about them without knowing where they came from and how they started. Because it is the lazy mind that does not know where people came from. When I was in Makerere, we used to walk, not all students, but in my group, we used to walk to Kamocha. There were many NGOs in Kamocha. Who remembers the Forward Day, Arkford, Feeder? We used to go to those groups, to those meetings, and then they would send us out as younger people. And then we learned public speaking, we learned engaging, we learned being assertive. If you're not ready to sacrifice one day in politics, then politics is not a place for you. So civil society may not look for you, but if there's a lady from Kampe who was saying that the shrinking whatever space. When we were in university at that time, that's when we had the biggest strikes. In anybody's mind, there was something shrinking at that time. But we went and learned how to be assertive and how to be go-getters, because you can talk about the wider community of our country, but for every challenge that the country has, women will have 2 or 3 times challenges. But we are here. We speak out, we struggled, but nobody ever gave me transport refund to go to a civil society meeting to learn these skills that have brought me this far.
Great.
So, I thought that I've been able, I had to emphasize that so that we're able to appreciate that these things, you have to live it, there's an element of sacrifice and also an element of struggle and an element of go-get. Nobody's going to give you the things like how you travel from Mumbale to come and eat cassava in your brother's house and stay there for 2 months without, you can even marry from there. You can marry the house girl of your brother and it's okay. Things have changed. You have to work hard.
Thank you, Honorable.
Finally, I've talked about the importance of research as well, but also looking at how the country's trend is. UBOS has these poverty maps. They influence how politics happens in our country, but they also influence who comes to parliament. Because if you have a weak community, somebody will sponsor a weak candidate so that no strong person comes from particular parts of the country. Then you begin saying, whom do we have? Whom do we have? How did you end up with a weak person whose first time to come to Kampala was to enter parliament, has no bank account? The first time he opened is when they have told him to go and open to get salary. He has never been to Kampala. That's your best shot. We are not competitive. We are not thoughtful. We do not choose leaders that are competitive at national level. How would you get a strong man from your community when the first MP that comes to Kampala has never been to Kampala? He's opening an account for the first time. So it's vulnerable. Let me put it that way. It's vulnerable. So finally, our politics, I want to request you to researchers follow this. The politics of Uganda, this is the reality, and the governance are not issue-based. Let's accept. Every 5 years, I am one of those brains of the NRM that writes the NRM manifesto. The other day, I invited my women MPs to talk about the women council elections. I was teasing them. I said, this is the first time you've come back to your headquarters since you got the flag. And they all laughed. I said, secondly, how many of you have read page 1 or page 2 of the manifesto? Whenever we go for campaigns, we write manifestos. But believe me or not, because I'm a practitioner, people do not vote issues. These things of roads, hospitals, please. A candidate who will come up and dance or say, I am your wife, I am married, I am your in-law here. People vote clans. They even vote beauty. If we get a handsome presidential candidate, people will vote beauty and handsomeness. Or beauty. I am not lying you. People vote when you are beautiful, you stand out, you speak well, they will vote for you. So if you are going to help Uganda, let's not lie ourselves. For today, our politics is not issue-based. If it was issue-based, we would be having maybe some difference of leaders. You don't have to agree with me, but for me, I'm a practitioner. If in some areas, if you have money, you will win an election. In some areas, it is the clans which sit. I said, this clan the other day, the sub-county was big. If this man comes from a sub-county that is bigger than the other, they will vote because it's from their sub-county, not because he's a better performer. So civil society, can you help Ugandans to refocus that there is no road here, we are not giving you? Because if it's not issue-based, how then do you cause anybody to account? So
All right.
I can speak about this thing until 2026, but let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You've talked about something that that has reminded me. So one person from my constituency came and said, "But why don't you come and stand and represent this constituency?" To be honest, this was my response. I think Lydia is saying we should be honest and, you know, put it as it is. The reality is what you call it. I said, I really would love to go and represent my people, but I don't have money. For you to win an election, for people who are here and the MPs, how much did you put in an election? Yusuf. How much? Just how much?
And the primaries, 50 million. Yes.
And in the main election?
Why you say, were you there? Primaries 50, and then general elections, I think 60.
Okay. I mean, let's
so
go.
about 120.
So let's go with
that I spent.
Let's go with Honorable Mtamble's addition. So you're looking at about 120 million. Sinking it in an election. Think about that. Right? Even when you have very good proposals, you have very
Can I give information from my personal research? Because the country, I've zoned the country. In Ibukedi, where Honorable Mtembele comes from, is predominantly NRM. So if he he has been a popular person in his community, only that he was he was a DP, and in many times they kept telling him, "You are our son. We want to vote for you, but please come to this party." And as soon as he chose that, it was much easier for him. So he's actually thought that was lesser than 120 because there was a password. Let him go this time. He has listened to us. But in a typical elections in Western Uganda, for example, Ankole, a cost of a primary can cost even up to 700 million or $1 billion primaries. But when they win primaries, they are more or less in parliament. Their expenditure for the general elections are much less. So for them, an election is really the NRM primaries. Now, when you go to Lango, the primaries for parliamentary in Lango are very tight and expensive. But the moment you win on UPC ticket in Lango, you are as good as being in parliament. And for that party, for them, if the orphan has said, then really there is no there's a person called the orphan for Lango. The moment he mentions that it is Mutembule, it's
the orphan.
Yeah, there's somebody called the orphan. The moment the orphan says for Lango, it is so and so, the flag bearer for UPC, they don't even have to go for primaries. It is a cult kind of thing, which somebody doesn't like here. So in Uganda here, Buganda always has waves. If you remember, it is wavy. But if you are in the wave, you enter parliament. The Buganda, this time, they voted the people they don't know. They just said they vote the umbrella. So when the people won, they said, "Hey, you are the one who is the member of parliament for much in the West." They start crying. So even that one don't have to spend the money. So in the border of West Nile is predominantly NRM, but they are historically veterans. They are veterans, they are ex-combatants. If you come from a family that has a history at the border West Nile of combatants, West Bank, you'll win an election even without spending a shilling. So other information I can give you, but let me hand over the microphone to another.
Thank you.
Let me say something about that also. Just
in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
30
You
seconds.
see, it is true that money is one of the factors influencing the most likely candidate to win an election. That one, I don't disagree, but then it is not it is not the ultimate. It is not that once you have money, it is a done deal. So, and in most cases, many of you, like they told you, you sit here and you hear some of those things. And in politics, to me, I don't advise anybody to have a budget. To say that I'm going to spend 100 million, I have spent 50 million, I have spent this. Because being elected or participating in an election itself should be a process which involves quantifiable and non-quantifiable variables. So if you sit somewhere and say, I will go in 2025 to help those villagers to produce a good member of parliament, you will get disappointed. You will get disappointed. So, you follow your heart, first of all. After all, professors just told us that losing an election is what? You said that when you lose an election, does not mean you are rejected. No. But it means there is something that you should do better. It's delayed victory. You need the correction. Like when so the voters might be sending you to go and do what? To go and do correction. So it is very wrong for you to think that I should have such a money to go into the campaign. Do you know that if you are interested in campaign, in being a candidate in 2016, 2026, you should start now. So you are saying the firstborn is starting, and for you are saying you are waiting to get money.
Lydia here said that we are in the third gear already. Thanks, Lydia. Yusuf,
Solomon, thank you
a
very
lot of
much.
the questions were directed to you.
Yes.
So I'll just give you,
thank
3
you very
minutes
much,
for you
Solomon.
two. Yeah.
Solomon, I'm one person who believes that winners never quit. And that's the principle that we should all follow. If you're going to give up, then forget about winning. All successful persons have lost, have failed several times. You fail once, twice, and you give up. The only alternative is for you to change strategy. But if you're going to use the same strategy, you'll continue failing until you give up. Was it Patrick asked a question as to whether most people associate with the dominant party for purposes of survival? The answer may be yes, at the same time, no. It depends on who and the circumstances. If it was directed to me, okay, by insinuation or by infection, I must tell you that the life I was leading before even joining parliament, I must tell you that was better. I was at LDC. I was earning not less than 10 million shillings per month as a lecturer. I was in private practice, getting some good money. I was into business. Today, because of the busy schedule I have as the deputy chairperson of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, I rarely go to court. I rarely check on my businesses. I left lecturing. And at that time, my money was my money. Today, if someone you gave me your number to save it, at times I forget and I just send mobile money on it. Guys, you don't know what it means. He's going to share with you. You don't know what it means being a member of parliament in this country. I didn't know. I didn't know. You have a lot of challenges. I've just received a message here. My people are telling me 5 of them. And as a member of parliament, they expect you to contribute not less than 100,000. So you calculate. So for anyone to tell you that you joined because you wanted to survive, I must be very clear on this. And many people have been telling me, you should stop talking about that issue, that you were in this part and you crossed. I told them I must. So that people get to know that some of us do what we do, not because we want to survive, but because we want to serve our people. Trust me, if I had not changed the strategy, I don't think you would have even invited me here. As who? As who? I was a vice president of the Democratic Party for 5 years. Some of you didn't even know. I'm just telling you. We have so many people who are leaders in different political parties. But who knows them? So colleagues, it's not all about survival. It's not all about looking for opportunities. But where you feel is a strategy for you to achieve what is beneficial to your community, please do it. The person we are cherishing, treasuring here, President Museveni, do you know how many parties he changed? He was in UPM, he went to UPC, he went to DP, he's now in NRM. We don't know, maybe tomorrow he may go to another party, because there is a proposal of National Progress, is it a National Progressive what? Movement. Perhaps he may also join that one. So it's a question of you being determined, being focused, and then you have the strategies of how to achieve what is best for you and for your people. So colleagues, I'm never ashamed of telling people of what has happened to me, because I know I did something out of conviction. And some of you, by the last time we had a meeting with the colleagues of opposition, they said, Mr. Mtembuli, we agree with you on this position. Particularly the colleagues of NUP, we agree with you on this position. But should we go on camera and people hear this, they will say, Mutulidemo Rukwe, you betrayed us. That is what is happening in this country. My colleague is saying that what we say here is not what you said here. Even opposition, what you hear them saying on camera is not exactly what happens. So colleagues, we need all of us to work as a team. We need to change strategies. Even civil society. If for the last 20, was it Patrick who said for the last 20 years, we have done these things in the same way, but we are not achieving. Can't we reflect? Can't we assess ourselves? Can't we change the approach, strategies? Should we do the same things the same way and we expect different results? The answer is no. So also as civil society, let's go back and reflect and see, how have we been doing these things? Have we been achieving? Emma was proposing something that others are opposing, saying, please, we have been dealing with opposition. Is indeed the right time that we should now approach? We have a debate, we have interaction, we have an engagement with this person that we are all referring to as a dominant leader. Okay? And let's stop the thing of saying that NRM is not a party. That's when we keep on losing. Because we keep on thinking that it's a company. Okay? And we forget that it is there to take power to maintain. And now we think it's just doing business because it's a company. Colleagues, let's have a feeling, let's believe that this is a party, just like your other parties. But I may agree with you. Some of us are in parties, but we are just supporters and not members. Majority. You hear someone saying, I'm FDC. Ask him, have you ever contributed even a shilling to your party? Have you paid even membership fee? Yet our constitutions in our different parties say you must pay membership, you must subscribe. One time when I was still in DP, when we were going for certain elections for Yara, I had some people disqualified. I raised the matter that according to the constitution, ABCD, you must have been a member for this period, you must have paid subscription, and if you have not done that, then you don't qualify. We started checking ourselves. majority of the people ended up being supporters and could not qualify to be members. So even us here, we struggle. I'm in NUP, I'm in FDC, I'm in NRM, but you don't even subscribe. For some of us who have read, I'm told parties used to go and mobilize, get money from members. But today, you go to any society and ask people to contribute. Nobody will ever accept. Even these few items you normally see. Someone is going for campaigns and you see, bamuwadde mbuzi, bamuwadde nkoko, bichi bichi. Some of those things are stage managed. So our people are so difficult that they cannot even sacrifice. So colleagues, I want us to rethink, reflect, and then, was it a member from NDA who talked about financing of political parties? I also agree with you that we must have an amendment so that we first cater for the administrative costs. Because if you're talking about offices, you're talking about CEO, staff, and so on, if it is GEMA, it's still the same thing. If it is NRM, the same thing. Let's have standard amount for that, and then others we can talk about the numerical strength. That one, I think I agree with you. That is going to help us. Was it Agatha? Agatha said the end justifies the means. And that's what I used to tell my students, Agatha inclusive, that you must be so assertive, you must speak your mind, irrespective of the situations. And that is why she can even say anything without fear or favor, because he knows Mutembuli is one person who trained them to do so. Otherwise, he would say, my lecturer, then I said this. No, I can't do that. Colleagues, let's be open. And that is me. Even for me, I used to disagree with my father. And that is how I started knowing that I would be a leader. Right from when I was a child. I would disagree with him. Would bring this idea, I said that one is not proper. Until he reached a level and he said, this person here, at one time, will be in charge of this country. When I say in charge of this country, some of you think I'm talking about being a president. Even when you're a member of parliament, you're in charge. Even when you're a member of parliament, you're in charge. So, someone is saying parliament is not in charge. Solomon, was it Agatha who talked about the recommendations of the Supreme Court? As a lawyer, there is a difference between orders and recommendations. Supreme Court did not make orders. It merely made recommendations, which are not enforceable. You understand? It's like what we are going to discuss here. All the views we have, the advice, the recommendations we shall have, we must have a proper channel of how to enforce them. So if Supreme Court wanted this to be enforced, would have made them as orders. But instead they said, okay, before we leave this, we must say A, B, C, D. This is what we have observed. Those were merely observations, which we ought to have put into, we ought to have implemented. You understand? No, they were not fearing because they were not part of the issues in the petition. They just looked at them as what they thought. For us to achieve free and fair elections, the following must be done. Those were merely recommendations and not orders, and therefore not enforceable. However, with the political will now, I must tell you, we are willing and ready to ensure that we have some of these reforms. For instance, it is really very unreasonable that if you're challenging parliamentary elections, you're given 30 days from the time when the successful candidate is elected. Gazetted. 30 days. So you'll wait for, at times it may even take 1 month to gazette the person. So your time as a member of parliament to challenge elections begins to run from the time that person is gazetted. However, when it comes to presidential elections, challenging, time begins to run from the time when someone is declared. And you're given how many days? 15. So, I think this is something that we should think about. My view is that we should, first of all, enlarge this time from 15, perhaps to even 60 days. And then we set the time we should run from the time when someone is gazetted, so that you have sufficient time to gather evidence throughout the country. Otherwise, 15 days, getting evidence in this country, when at times you can even have 30 days and you look for evidence and you don't get it. I think this is something that we should think about, particularly us who have been in practice. We know how difficult it is. So this area is some area that we should do. Then they also recommend the use of oral and affidavit evidence. Colleagues, for those who have been following election petitions, most of the petitions have been thrown out on technicality. That the affidavits were not commissioned in accordance with the law. Imagine, you have your petition, you've suffered, you've done this and the other, and then Mtembuli just comes and says, my lord, the person who commissioned this affidavit at that time was not an advocate, he did not have a license, and therefore this affidavit is invalid, is defective, is thrown out, and the petition also. We are saying, why don't we go back and we have oral examination, where you mean, or both, okay? Those were recommendations of Supreme Court, and I think I agree with them. Abasa, colleagues, let me tell you, the dynamics of politics in each area are different. What is in Masindi is not what is in Bunyole East. What is in Kampala here? The politics of Kampala here, you can't take it to Bunyole, you can't take it to Masindi. So there are different dynamics, and as a politician, you must understand and understand all those dynamics. But I want to tell you, colleagues who are here, all is not lost. You may look at some of us because we are in NRM, but we think this is our country. And we believe we can cause change if we have positive attitude. But if we all the time we are saying that, why should I even waste time going there to vote? You can imagine Solomon. People are coming to you saying, come and contest. You're saying, I don't have money. You're betraying your people.
But you put 100 million.
Did you ask me where I got it from? Perhaps the same people gave me the money. You understand? Of course, it's not possible like you've said. But you may, like I said, the dynamics are different. You may go and you don't even spend money. She has told you in the Western 700, 800, which is true. We share with the colleagues. When I told the colleagues that I spent 120, a colleague from Western Uganda, I said, Yusuf, are you talking about 120 euro, I mean $120 million or shillings? I said shillings. He couldn't believe. So, dynamics, Andrew was trying to warn me that I shouldn't begin saying that we have defeated. Let me tell you, we can't defeat the president. That's the truth of the matter. But the point I was trying to raise is that we are trying to engage. We are trying to interact with him. We are having a debate. And that we have successfully advised him on the two controversial areas. I shouldn't talk about something that has not yet come. You can't start telling me that Mr. Mtembuli, wait for what is coming. When it comes, we shall deal with it at that time. But right now we are talking about what is controversial and how we have managed to engage with our president. And by the way, let me tell you, the President Museveni used to know this one is a different president, Museveni. I'm telling you, is a person. Let me tell you, it's because you don't attend our caucuses. But I'm told, senior here will tell me, that those years, President Museveni would just call the members of parliament, lecture them, tell them this is what should be done. But today, President Museveni is going to say something, after that says, colleagues, do you have anything to say? And he's going to give us all the time. He's going to engage with us, and we agree. We come up with the resolutions.
Okay.
So
you have 20 seconds to wrap it up.
I don't want us to miss that point. We need to.
Honorable, 20 seconds.
Mr. Kayemba asked a question whether the power that the other parliament had is the same power that this parliament has. The law has not yet changed. It's the same. Our functions, our laws, the powers, and so on, still the same. Unless you're talking about the perception. But if you're talking about actual powers, they're still there. We have the powers, and I think, colleagues, let me emphasize one thing that we must engage. We should continue engaging. Someone asked a question about the youth, how the civil society should engage the youth. Please, when you're inviting the youth, invite youth from all shades of opinion. Invite NRM, FDC, NOP, DP, and so on. Such that nobody is going to blame you. Now, for instance, can anyone say that whoever organized this is opposition-based? No. You have NRM, you have NRM, you have FDC, you have independent here. Then Solomon, I don't know which party. Okay? And most of us here. So, colleagues, I think one thing I should encourage is that we shouldn't give up. Let's continue. Was it Mwalimu who said that we should go back to our people, to our communities, and influence? By the way, you may not just go there and talk to them, but what you do will influence them. Those businessmen, those contractors you're talking about, how do they influence? They may not even necessarily give us money, but they have so many people that they are using, that they are employing, such that when they interact and advise them that this is the best candidate, they are likely to. Some of us here cannot even go to our villages. Or when we go to our villages, we drive our cars, enter the house. After that, the following day you're coming back home. Trust me, there is nobody who will ever call and say, please, let's support Mutembula, and they will believe in you. So let's go back, engage them. Let's go back and vote. Someone said that our votes are inconsequential. The moment we continue regarding our votes inconsequential, trust me, the dominant party will continue to dominate. The dominant leader will continue to dominate. If we also want to dominate, then let's change our mindset. We go back, engage our people, and then we shall have change in this country. And for me, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the change. If some of you are not seeing it, I don't know. But me, I'm seeing it. And in 2026, you are likely to have it. I don't know, but we are likely to have that change. Because all of us have been crying for change. Isn't it? And we are saying time, they are all signals that we are likely to have what? Change. Again, don't complain that this is not the change we want. Because we are saying we want change. And they are all signs and signals that we are likely to have change. And we should accept and support that change when it comes. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Honorable Yusuf Mutemble, thank you very much. Member of Parliament for Bunyole East, thank you very much for being part of the panel. The Honorable Lydia Wanyota, thank you very much for being part of the panel. Mwalim Julius Kiza, thank you very much for being part of the panel. The Honorable Businge Joab Abwoli, Member of Parliament for Masindi Municipality, thank you very much for being part of the panel. And thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Clap for yourselves. May I now invite Emma to come and give closing remarks as my panel goes off. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone, for being patient. And thank me for being a good moderator.
Thank you, Solomon. I don't think that we could have had a better panel than the colleagues we have had this afternoon. Let's give them another round of applause. I'm not going to really say a lot of things because we are so hungry. I want to say, yes, only 3 things. 1, for those who need the numbers, we did a study on the cost of politics, more specifically on the cost of contesting for parliament and for LOC5, and I'm going to give you the numbers. That is for 2016 elections. They may have changed in 2021. But on average, you needed 465 million to contest for a member of parliament. 222 for party primaries and 242 for the general elections. So total of 465. This report is available on our website if you need the details, including the cost of maintaining a political office, which is more expensive than actually winning it. So all those details are there. Thank you so much, the panel. Thank you so much, our partners, NED and NDI, for supporting this. Thank you so much, colleagues from the civil society, for honoring the invitation, but most importantly, for the deliberations and insights. I've been listening in keenly, and I want to say that there have not been serious contestations on our findings. Really not serious. However, there's been some contestations on the strategies, on which kind of reforms, and we have captured all that conversation, and we hope it can improve subsequent reports. The report is going to be shared. The paper is ready. It's going to be shared via the email from my colleagues. In case you've not given your email and you need the paper, it's available. Kindly give the email to the desk. They will give you the report. We'll be happy to facilitate or support those who are willing to engage further on this. If you want to engage the executive, you want to engage parliament, you want to engage other bodies or MDAs. As PPI, we are willing to facilitate these subsequent processes. But for your information, or to re-emphasize, Public Policy Institute is a public policy research and analysis organization. And many times we also do this for hire. So in case you want to hire someone to do for you quality research with reliable and valid findings, please contact us. We'll do for you a good job. Thank you so much, colleagues. Mohanji, where are you? Mohanji is making administrative announcements for those who need them. Please, you can wait. If you don't need them, you can proceed for lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emma. Robert Mwanga, my name. Most of you got invitation from me. I work with Emma. I'm the Executive Director of Public Policy Institute. And we've talked about take home. One thing for me taking home is that all is not lost. What we need are the 3 Ps: perseverance, persistence, and positivity. So the other thing is that by end of day tomorrow, all of you will have this report. I'm going to send them to your email. I want to thank all of you for having come. I know you have other endeavors, but some of you received the invitation on the short notice, but you are able to be with us. May God bless you all. I also want to thank the panelists, the moderator, the journalists, the hotel, my staff for doing a great job to have this activity success. So as we leave here, we are going to use the route behind. Our lunch is at Paradise Hall. Our staff are going to lead you there. Once you are done with lunch, we have some little transport for you, just like it was in your email. And I wish you a safe journey back home for God and my country.